Good morning. My computer is telling me it's 10 a.m. And so at this time, I'll call to order the final meeting of the 22 calendar year, December 15th, of the Board of County Commissioners. Call that to order. I would ask that those of you in the audience would please silence your electronic devices as we go forward in the meeting. And at this time, then, and as I understand it, Commissioner Rice is joining us on Zoom. So Commissioner Noah Sad will be graciously running our timing system today. So I appreciate that. And so at this time, I'd ask for you to all please stand and remove your caps if appropriate, and for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Chief Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie.
Thank you. If you could please join me in a pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go into public comment. It's nice to see the gallery full today, so everybody dressed up in their warm clothes, so that's good to see. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin, and then a yellow light, which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, and you'll hear a beep also, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action, and again, at closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then we ask you to please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. We have had some instances where folks have gotten up to give public comment on administrative items at the opening public comment and then expected to get back up when that item comes before us. So that's not the proper procedure. So if you have an item that you wish to speak to that's on the administrative item agenda, then we ask you to wait until that time to provide your comments so that we're a lot closer to that item and can take your public comments greater into effect. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. We ask you to, when you approach the podium, to please print your name for the record and then state your name. And after you state your name, that's when the timing clock will start. Okay? Thank you. So at this time, public comment is open. Do we have any public comment?
For the record, my name is Janet Murphy. I just have one simple question that I'd like to address to each individual Board of Commissioner, and that is at the last meeting that I was present at, I had given you a packet regarding the alternative as far as the Nevada Department of Transportation plan on the corridor, the east shore of Highway 50. And basically what I wanted to find out from each individual, now that you've had time to absorb it and look at, do the comparison, if you will, what are your comments? And I'd like to find out exactly how you feel about the NDOT configuration.
So, Ms. Murphy, as you know, this is not a time for back and forth exchanges between the public and the Board of Commissioners, so I'm sorry that we can't entertain that request.
I think that deserves a response.
You can ask individually if you wish to after the session, but that's not really appropriate at this time. Thank you.
Can they at least, if they choose to on their own, if they want to, elect to give their opinion, I mean, to the public?
Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. As you know, Ms. Murphy, having sit on the East Fork Fire Board, if the board is going to discuss, a quorum is going to discuss something that is within the jurisdiction and control of the board, they have to agendize that before they deliberate or discuss something that may come before them again. As Chairman Gardner indicated, they're free under the open meeting law to speak to you privately, but as a quorum collectively, it would be inappropriate for them to discuss their views on something that may come before them in the future, particularly something that has a lot of public interest, such as the item you're talking about.
So then at this time, I would like to request that this particular item be agendaized for, so the public and your constituents can have their time, or if you want to legally say res judicata, have their day in court. I would really appreciate it if you would agendaize this, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, so your constituents have their time, and then they could go ahead and feel and know where their leaders, their government officials, where they stand and where they're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy.
Good morning. My name is Heather Gimple, and I am a citizen of Douglas County and friends to a lot of DCSO. So I think you know why I'm here. So let's discuss the contract negotiations. Plain and simple, pay the Sheriff's Department what they are asking for, not what you have offered. And let's do some job pay comparison. So let's start with Starbucks at our local facility. Depending on which job you apply for, you're going to start at between $18 and $23. There is no specialized training. Let's move on to Tesla. Tesla, again, no specialized training. You start on day shift, you start at $20 an hour. You go to graveyards, you start at $22 an hour. And here's the kicker. Full benefits for health care, $40 a month. No deductible. DCSO, starting pay, $22.16. You have to have specialized training, and your pay is not commensurate for what you have to put up with. You are shot at, you are exposed to fentanyl, you are fought with, you are cussed at by the public, all for a mere $22.16 an hour. So why would somebody want to apply with DCSO? Moving on, let's talk about some more numbers. We currently have 8 unfilled positions that Sheriff Coverly has said he's been unable to fill. Here are some more numbers you need to hear about, and so does the public. There are 5 deputies that are simply waiting for their start dates with other agencies. They have passed their physical, written, interview, and background check. In addition, you have 11 more deputies that are simply waiting for the outcome of this contract negotiation. So let's do a little math. That brings it up to 24 unfilled positions if you do not bring about proper change. So you have to ask yourself, are you here for the public, for the law-abiding citizens, or are you here for the criminals? Because the criminals are watching. They know that this department has been understaffed for years. They are simply watching and waiting to see what you will do. Will you do the right thing, or will you continue on with a shameful legacy left behind by your position? Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen. As a resident of Minden and as the chair of the
Ms.
planning.
Casey, could you please,
Mrs.
I know your name, we all know
Mrs.
your name,
Maureen
but you need to say
Casey.
that for the record.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Maureen Casey, wearing 3 hats. A resident of Minden, I would like to thank Commissioner Engels for his 4 years on the Board of Commissioners. We haven't always agreed on every issue, but his dedication to the county, to conservation, to preservation of Douglas County as a rural and agricultural area is heartwarming. When he supported my appointment to the Planning Commission, I was very grateful. And right away after my appointment, Mark Nedenrip and I and Jacques Etchegoyen started the movement to get a $0.25 on the ballot to buy conservation easements. He was a very vocal advocate of that movement. We were very, very grateful for his advocacy, as was Carlo Lurie, whose passing has struck all of us very deeply, and we will all miss him very, very much. Commissioner Engels, thank you, and you will be missed.
Thank you.
Also, the Planning Commission on Tuesday, as chair, I will say that we reviewed and approved our annual report. Staff and Director Dallaire presented a report considering all the obstacles they had this year with turnover and all the other chaos that went on in the county. They managed to prepare for us many, many staff reports, many, many issues, comprehensive presentations. It's amazing the workload that they accomplished and the Planning Commission accomplished. And we are looking forward to hearing the board acceptance and comments when it comes before you next year. We're looking forward to the workload that the Planning Commission and staff and the Board of Commissioners will have next year when we get into Title 20. And also the comments that the Planning Commission had for community development, engineering, and all the other departments that support community development were nothing but glowing. We have an excellent staff in community development, and we hope to continue with the same staff. And if all goes well, we will have 2 more support staff for them, and we hope that the Board of Commissioners will continue to give nothing but the finest vocal advocacy for Tom Dallaire and all the other administrative and support staff. Thank you very much for your time. Happy Christmas, Happy New Year, and safe travels.
Morning. My name's Dave Benjamin. This is my 13th year in Douglas County. I'd like to talk to you today about the airport. First, it's a valuable asset of the county, perhaps one of the most valuable. There's a lot of good about the airport. It's revenue positive, brings in high-spending tourists, and the air shows have engendered the community with a lot of support, and it's brought good PR. However, last week's airport town hall revealed there are issues at the airport, including safety issues, that really need to be addressed. Among these are the need for a year-round, non-paved landing surface to prevent ground loop type accidents of old-style tail dragger aircraft. There's also a need for a suitable crosswind runway for light aircraft. Currently, there can be up to a 70-degree crosswind for aircraft during summer afternoons when the Zephyrs come in and with approaching winter storms, critical for sailplane operations. And finally, there's a growing concern that the airport's becoming unfriendly. And that reputation, I think, maybe is well-deserved. While these issues and several others are unaddressed, the current Airport Advisory Committee chair wanted to disband the committee, ostensibly because there are no longer any issues. Further, at the town hall, he made an angry outburst, complaining that no one told him about these issues. Perhaps it's because the AAC gets most of their information from the airport's management contractor. Perhaps it's because only 3 of the 7 members of the AAC are really pilots, so they have no real reason to spend much time at the airport. And interestingly, a county attorney even advised them that they shouldn't attend the town hall for fear of violating open meeting rules. Frankly, I think this situation is absurd. So why am I here today? Next month, the county commissioners will be appointing several members to the AAC. I urge you to recognize how important these appointments are. I'm aware that there are several highly qualified candidates who have applied, and I'm not one of them. I ask you to study the qualifications of each applicant and only select candidates who are solutions-oriented and also active pilots at the airport. The Minden Airport has the potential of being the best dang airport in the West. There are several passionate pilots ready and anxious to help the county achieve this goal. Thank you and Merry Christmas. And if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to talk to you separately.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. No disrespect to Commissioner Rice. Yesterday, I attended the TRPA Governing Board hearing on Project 39. Public trust. This is disingenuous. There was a process breakdown with the consent item that was pulled for Latitude 39. The Governing Board and the public had little to no notification. With that said, the public nor the Governing Board had sufficient amount of time to prepare comprehensive comments, get adequate answers, or information from staff. Governing Board member comments ultimately led to the approval. Providing important statistics, public health and safety, first responders' opinions, mitigation measure information would have probably ended in the same conclusion. Vice Chair Williamson was on the correct path, in my opinion. A month delay would not have impacted the development schedule. I was happy not to see a unanimous vote. Time and again, it was mentioned that developers' trust in the system was important. I wrote, today's process breakdown violated my public trust and faith in that system. This segues into my request for future county manager, community development staff, revisit the South Lake Tahoe area plan, its MOU, and any associated data. Why is TRPA the lead on projects in the high-density tourist district? This needs to be reviewed and remedied. Most jurisdictions approve the projects in their town centers first, and then it goes to TRPA. I'm going to be leaving early today, so I would like to state that I'm asking you as commissioners to uphold the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board decisions. All the work that the program manager, the enforcement staff, and everybody did was thoroughly vetted, and there was robust discussions. I'd also like to thank Commissioner Ingalls for his service. I'm hoping to see Citizen Ingalls here during public comment, and happy holiday season to all.
Good morning. Dave Brady for the record. As a former commissioner and school board trustee for Douglas County, I find the recent developments in the ongoing contract negotiations between the county and Douglas County Sheriff's Association to be unsettling, unnecessary, and quite frankly, unbelievable. In fairness to this current Board of Commissioners, they have been dealt a bad hand, in that prior commissioners provided a 5-year contract to the association which essentially freeze-dried wages and benefits and allowed any semblance of a competitive wage and benefit program to evaporate and promote runoff, along with the inability to recruit talented individuals to our department. The catch-up is no doubt costly. However, recent actions by the county include withholding a 9% salary raise previously granted to other county employees, suspending holiday pay, incentive pay, as well as postponing merit raises earned following annual evaluations. Additionally, there is no guarantee of retroactive pay once a contract is obtained. In my years as a chief negotiator for a police association, I understand the motivation for this action, which is buried in Article 2, subsection C of the existing contract between the county and the association. It states that, and I quote, "After June 30th, 2022, no increases in salaries or other monetary benefits will occur or be paid by the county to any employee represented by the association until a successor labor agreement is executed by the association and the county." In my opinion, this contract language benefits the county at the expense of the employee, can be considered as leverage, and quite frankly calls into question whether the county is bargaining in good faith. Such language should be eliminated by mutual agreement of both parties. The optics of this situation brings new meaning to the term defund the police. The County Board of Commissioners followed the recommended actions of a salary survey report and adopted a one-time 7% market adjustment of the pay and ranges for all employees, in addition to the 2% COLA, effective July 1, 2022. The recommendation also included adding a memorandum of understanding with the one employee group, DCEA, which has 2 years left on their contract to allow the above-listed benefits to be paid out. While we're having to deal with inflation at a 40-year high, it would make sense for the commissioners to temporarily waive Article 2, subsection C, and immediately implement the recommendations stated above, providing some financial relief to the deputies until a contract can be achieved. I proudly served as a reserve deputy sheriff in Douglas County for 15 years, and I can attest to the professionalism, dedication, and commitment of the men and women of the department to this community. They deserve our respect and our support. It is said that timing is everything. On today's agenda, there is a request to transfer $5.3 million from the general fund to the construction fund for the Judicial Center project. Apparently, building monuments to yourselves takes priority over taking care of your employees. Once again, the optics speaks volumes. Thank you.
Ted Gaines, the record. It's a little different here today. After talking to some commissioners, I understand there's the holdup in our sheriff's offices, raises and everything else. The county got their full 9%. You even gave our county manager another 3 or 3.5% on top of that. For doing nothing. My understanding is this should have been done already. Mr. Chairman, you're in control here. We need to know who not to vote for the next time, because this is going on and on and on. Maybe you like the way LA's ran and New York's ran and Chicago's ran. The people in this room and the people that support our sheriff's office don't like that way. Now, you guys took about 3 minutes to give our county manager an extra $20,000 for one secretary. You sent $35 million, you committed $35 million of our dollars, taxpayer dollars, to the convention center. So we're paying 1.2 every year through 2046. I think you can get this done for the sheriff's office. I like my protection. Now, with that being said, I have been in here talking about our building department. I heard a lady earlier, and I thank Mr. Brady and these other people for speaking for our sheriff's office. We need them. I have been sending requests in, and the lady a minute ago, I forget her name, but she talked about the deception of the county. I have absolute proof of the deception in this county. I would like you to put on the agenda to look at hiring Far West or one of these other companies to run our building department. We, as a builder of 50 years, we have, well, I don't want to say incompetent, what we have is unqualified inspectors out there doing jobs. I have jobs that have been called for 42 inspections. 20 some of them have been turned down in Clear Creek, or the owners didn't show up. No charges to go back out the second time. Now that's losing the county money. I have been getting information that I requested on October 6th, and just a week ago, I get some more information because our head building official has talked to some other people and found out what I already know and have got from other agencies. So now he's supplying me with this stuff, with these facts. Mr. Ritchie has did upteen work. He's trying to get it all, and these things keep showing up. A house I asked for all the permits on, they gave them to me. Just the other day, I got more because I knew there was more. Thank you.
I'm here to help Maria. She wanted to say a few words.
Maria Engels, John Engels' wife. I want to thank John for his service to the community and everything he went through along with me. Of course, I'm thanking myself for putting up with all of that. And I want to thank every citizen and every person of the community who supported him. And thank you, everybody. That's all.
And I forgot, I salute you and I thank you too, because it's a challenge to be there. Thank you, John, for your service.
So, Ms. Ingalls, Maria, thank you also for your service. We really appreciate it. And the rest of us certainly understand the trials and tribulations of being a wife of a commissioner, or a spouse of a commissioner, I should say. So, thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Douglas County. On November 30th, Jason Gibson, with the House of Gibson, on behalf of the Foundation for the Law of Time and the Citizens Coalition for Justice here in Douglas County. November 30th, there was a yearly budget report that was submitted. It was comprehensive. The wages and salaries of Douglas County law enforcement are cited in that report. I doubt people have read it. The numbers of the JLEC facility were downplayed in that report, and despite the fact that it's an impressive body of work that was formulated by Patrick Cates and our Chief Financial Officer, we see once again that the JLEC numbers are downplayed. In the report, it cites $40 million for the new building, which doesn't include the $17 million in interest that Commissioner Engels identified about 6 weeks ago. It does include the $5 million on top of the 40, on top of the 17, which is $62 million. We saw 4 weeks ago how the board rolled into the budget $500,000 that was not included in any of these numbers for consulting services in the remodel of the existing facility. The existing facility is being billed out at hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Why are we remodeling the old building for a new building? Douglas County sheriffs get everything they want. This board rolls into the budget everything they want. 8 weeks ago, they restricted my public input to roll into the budget 13 budget items, inclusive of 10 new vehicles, sport trucks, heavy armored urban assault vehicles for $360,000, the kind of vehicles that the Fed's given away. They get new utilities, they get all the equipment they want. We're not opposed to law enforcement. We want professionalism. We deserve to be extended the equality of justice. My family and I have been here for 40 years. We've paid into this tax racket. We've never received the equality of justice or protection under the law. I've been here for 2 years. I've got a dozen lawsuits against belligerent code enforcers who misrepresent themselves as peace officers, who are actually engaged in profiling, targeting, harassing, and essentially trying to covet my family estate. We're just scratching the surface here. We want real numbers. We want an opinion poll. We want real consensus. We deserve real information. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I thought I'd have an uneasy pause before the timer started so that we get more attention that way. As some of you may or may not be aware, there was a town hall meeting held.
Mr. Ursick, we still need you to state your name for the record.
I'm sorry, H.A. Ursick. Thank you. As some of you may or may not be aware, there was a town hall meeting held Tuesday the 6th. The public hearing was hosted by the contractor who has been hired by Douglas County to manage our airport. Unfortunately, except for Mr. Gardner and Commissioner-elect Charlotte Hales, the Board of County Commissioners was absent for this important hearing. Thank you both for attending. Notably and concerning was the absence of the county manager, who, after all, has direct comprehensive oversight of the airport. The attendees filled the large bingo room at the community center. In fact, looking around, I believe there were many just still standing. Standing room only. The first order of business was the announcement by the contractor dispelling the public rumor regarding the extension of runway 1634 and possible incorporation of scheduled airlines. With that announcement, within 20 minutes, approximately, 25 to 30% of the room emptied. The contractor then presented their accomplishments and plans for the airport, including the associated costs. This included data tables displayed on various video screens, which were somewhat difficult to read. Details of these projects and expenditures were wanting. I felt the contractor was expecting an open discussion of potential future capital improvements at the airport. However, the remaining attendees focused on the culture of our airport. This was a comprehensive presentation including direct confrontation with the contractor staff, the airport policy, and an efficient and meaningful role of the Airport Advisory Committee. I believe the meeting was, however, constructive for all parties attending. The 25 or 30% who left early were satisfied to hear the rumors dispelled. The airport contractor was able to present their accomplishments. Additionally, they heard from the airport user community regarding important elements of a pleasant and successful airport culture. And the remaining flying and airport user community was able to explain their concerns regarding shortcomings related to the overall management of the airport. Additionally, it was clear to this group that the Airport Advisory Committee should not be dissolved, but indeed should be utilized to its maximum beneficial service.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. I do have a few people with their hand raised. Jim, do you have opening public comment at this time?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name, then we'll start your time.
Jim Slade, speaking on my own behalf. I too wanted to thank Commissioner Engels for his service to Douglas County. It always seemed that his first priority was the health, safety, and welfare of existing residents, which I believe it should be for all commissioners, not the interests of those who merely seek to profit here. To my knowledge, he never took any campaign contributions from developers or the gaming communities. With the lake residents, for instance, he stood up for controls over vacation home rentals because he kept hearing about issues with noise and garbage and parking. So he stood up for existing residents. He stood up for the existing taxpayers. When the county sought to put $35 million, a commitment of that much money to the event center, while the gaming interests who would benefit most didn't put any money into it. His support for conservation was greatly appreciated, especially with his support for the open space initiative, as has been mentioned earlier. Down in the valley, he was a great supporter of the growth management ordinance. He had concerns about making sure that the letter and intent of the master plan was always followed, particularly when it came to master plan amendments, including one that added over 2,000 additional homes to the valley in the future. He always cared about the quality of life of local residents here, about the traffic, and he had a particular ongoing concern about our most valuable resource, our water. He was concerned about the quality of water, particularly due to too many septic systems and the nitrate plumes that they left. He was also concerned about the quantity, as we have seen a drawdown of our aquifer. While I didn't agree with Commissioner Engels on a number of issues, I agreed with him on a lot of issues that were important to me and to most residents of Douglas County. So I want to thank you for your service, Mr. Engels, and for always standing up for the health, safety, and welfare of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. Elizabeth, do you have opening public comment at this time? Elizabeth, do you have opening public comment at this time? We'll come back.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please state your name
All
for the
right.
record, then we'll start your time.
My name is Elizabeth Learnhardt, Zephyr Cove. I would like to thank Commissioner Engels for his service, and I would like to give you an update on what's going on with I-50 and NDOT's proposal. NDOT has completely betrayed our public trust. They quietly removed the CMP I-50 plan from all their websites and replaced it with a new version. This new plan acknowledges that they have negotiated with Skyline GID for 7 years in bad faith about the replacement of the fence that their snowplow damaged. Now that we have rebuilt it and obtained $1 million loan to pay for it, they admit that the fence conflicts with their bike lanes. NDOT is not in charge of our property. Douglas County has approved and is responsible for a bond of $600,000 for this fence. What more to do, commissioners? Commissioners need to support your constituents against this incompetent, wasteful agency. NDOT top-down woke agenda lacks data. They are more concerned about reducing motor vehicle traffic on I-50 than about safety. If safety truly is their goal, why doesn't the NDOT plan give us turning lanes and a divider between directions, as residents have asked for since 2001? How can a 2-lane road be safe when the Calder fire evacuation took over 8 hours, but using 4 lanes? And how about ambulance emergency access? There have been already casualties because EMTs can't get through heavy summer traffic to the homes of the sick people. NDOT has framed the road solution as a benefit for bikers, hikers at the expense of motor vehicles. That is not an acceptable goal and doesn't have to be the case. But it fits the underlying road diet plan. The incline to Sand Harbor Trail was built without such a conflict. To switch to a different policy at Spooner Summit is completely arbitrary and unnecessary. Porter's Travel Guide and the Reno Gazette call for a break for Tahoe. They blame greedy government agencies such as TRPA and NDOT driving over tourism for the congestion and causing the environmental problems facing the basin. Is it too hard to imagine that both residents and visitors don't like congestion, lack of parking, high rises, and overdevelopment? Tahoe is not Disneyland, where changing rides on a whim is part of the mindset. The Board of Commissioners can put a stop to this, and I'm urging you to do so. Preserve the beauty of Tahoe and our home and vote against it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. We do have one more person with their hand raised. Nancy, do you have opening public comment?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name for the record, then we'll start your time.
Thank you very much, Nancy Gilbert. Good morning, commissioners. I wanted to talk about the issue on the agenda, the Tier 3 review of 1211 Highway 50 and 395 Sherwood Drive. I attended the review by the task force of those Tier 3 reviews. And thank you for notifying all the neighbors, because the neighbors showed up in force about the noise, parties, trash, parking. So I'm surprised that the appeal took place, because there were so many people that showed up. I wanted to talk also about the VHR task force that met yesterday from 10 o'clock until 4:30, and I was observing. It becomes clear that the ordinances, the VHR ordinances, are essentially trying to put a round peg in a square hole, meaning commercial businesses don't belong in single-family residential communities. There's no way to enforce them. And so the commission should look for a different model, because in essence, they spent a lot of the day trying to figure out ways to enforce the ordinances for cheaters. Because why are there cheaters? Because it's big business, it's commercial, and it's all about the money. When people are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year renting out their homes in residential communities, it's business. It destroys neighbors, it craters communities, it closes schools, it affects labor force. Commissioner Gardner, I remember at the Hard Rock Cafe or Hard Rock Casino meeting in October 20th, 2022, when we discussed the issue of eliminating VHRs in single-family residences. Your concern was that if you eliminate the ordinances, it'll actually increase cheaters. In essence, I think that another model needs to be considered. You can eliminate single-family residences or VHRs in single-family communities and enforce the cheaters by basically narrowing the task, your enforcement to increasing the fines from $20,000 to $40,000. And if you catch enough cheaters, or a few of them, it'll stop it. What's the new model? The model is creating a tourist corridor, which is around the casinos and around Highway 50 by Monte Blue and the new convention center. Just like the Edgewood Villas, which are essentially hotels and golf courses that are creating VHR models, develop it and move the VHRs into that area. Why would that be beneficial to Douglas County? The Casinos Association publishes information about how much money they make in TIA or per hotel room that's rented. And in
Ms.
essence,
Gilbert,
they make
I hate to interrupt you, but you've exceeded your 3 minutes, so I'm sorry that we have to cut you off. Ms. Johnson, is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Very good. I'm gonna reach out to the public one more time here. Is there any public comment here in chambers? Okay, thank you. Bring it back to the board, Mr. Ingalls.
Whoever is the chairman of this board has the bully pulpit. This business with the sheriff's department should have never gone this far. It should have been resolved last summer. Thank you.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
So I've received a lot of emails and calls from people concerning the negotiations with the deputy department, and I respond back to every one of them. And after my response, I've never had anybody contact me back and say that we weren't doing a good job. Yesterday, I spoke with a lady who was very upset when we first spoke, and I asked her, and I told her what happened, and when we got done, she says, you need to make this public because the public doesn't understand what's going on. So that's what I'm gonna do now. When this contract was expiring with the deputies, they were extremely underpaid. But 3 members of this board wasn't even on the commission, maybe 4 if it was a 5-year contract, when this original contract was done. It expired, so now it's our responsibility to provide a fair contract to them based upon the resources that we have as a county. And I read the article by the negotiator for the deputies where he said, we offered a 9% pay raise and they turned that down. That is such a dishonest statement. We have offered an average of a 33% pay raise, an average of 33%. For some who are on the lower scale, the pay scale now, they would get over 40% of a pay raise. We've offered many additional benefits, including paying their PERS contributions, including almost doubling the COLA requirement right now. So we have, excuse me, I'm finishing. So we have made a very good offer to them. And up until just a week or so ago, the deputy negotiators had not come down off anything they'd asked for. So that, I got 3 minutes, don't I?
Yeah, but it's not on.
Okay. First of all, I mean, I listen to him talk and he talks and then I would think this is very important for the public because all you do, and I don't blame the deputies or the people that are supporting the deputies. They want the best contract they can get, and they want the public to get behind them. But you need to understand what's going on in the negotiations, and it's all your taxpayer money. If we give too much money, you guys are going to say we waste the taxpayer money. We have offered a 33% pay raise on average. We've offered multiple benefits to them. We have been told by the county staff that our offer is better than every single county in the state of Nevada except Clark and Washoe, and it's comparable to Carson. We are better than every other county. And I don't know what more people want us to do, but that's what the offer is on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tarkanian. I am going to avoid. I'm going to avoid commenting on the current labor negotiations, other than to say that we did reach impasse, and we went to fact finding, and we have our final fact finding session tomorrow, I believe it is. Okay, at which time the fact finder has 30 days, I believe, to come back to us and present his findings in regards to the contract negotiations. Right. So we will, unfortunately, that's where we are. And that's all I can say is that's where we are, okay? We're in the proper stages of the labor negotiations as always occur. So as Mr. Tarkanian has expressed, it's disappointing that we haven't been able to settle this, and certainly we were hopeful of settling this before we even had the current or the previous contract expire. So anyways, I'll leave it at that. So at this time, I would ask for the approval of the proposed agenda. Gentlemen?
I move to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Engels, seconded by Commissioner Noah to approve the agenda as proposed. Since we no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. It passes 5-0. Approval of the previous minutes. Discussion to approve the draft minutes of November 3rd, 2022, and the November 17th, 2022 regular meetings, and the November 18th, 2022 special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Entertain a motion to approve all three.
So approved.
Motion by Commissioner Engels, second by Commissioner Noah to approve the minutes of November 3rd, November 17th, and November 18th, special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar, items A through P, as illustrated on our agenda.
So approved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Singles, seconded by Commissioner Noah Sad to approve the consent calendar as presented, items A through P. Any discussion? Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay.
Did somebody want to move something to the,
No,
okay.
no. Okay, so at this time,
What's that?
okay. At this time, we'll move into the administrative agenda. Item number 1, I just want to also indicate that I will be moving item number 7. Apparently, Ms. Willoughby has some critical personal business to attend to, so she needs to be here early. So we'll be moving item 7 up after item number 2. So at this time, we'll go into item number 1 for presentation only, ceremonial presentation of an employee service award to Dominic Hastings. I know I'm going to butcher that. Whatever you say. For 20th continuous years of service to Douglas County, being presented by Mr. Torres. And then he will also be doing a second presentation on item 2. But we'll identify that as after you're finished with this one. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'd just like to take this time to support Dominic and for Kenny, who's going to be coming up. But I do also want to recognize our probation officers that are here. We have, I'm Mike Torres, Chief of Juvenile Probation here in Douglas County and Detention, and we have 6 full-time probation officers, and we've been really blessed to have, long-term probation officers. And I just want to commend all of our probation officers for the hard work that they do and have been doing, and working with the families and the youth in Douglas County, trying to divert them from the justice system. And and we're really blessed in Douglas County to be able to do that. We have a low number of kids on probation, and that does give us a lot of time to work with them. So compared to other counties, we are able to spend a lot of time with the families and services, and I'm just very grateful to have that. And I've been doing this for over 30 years, and can see kids that are now adults with their own kids that have come to our office to thank our probation officers for the work that they've done. So I just want to thank our officers for that. And I do want to thank the Sheriff's Department and the school resource officers. We're post-arrest, so they do a lot of work beforehand and work with the kids and work in tandem with our juvenile probation department. And I do also want to recognize our detention facility up at State Line and the work that they do when kids are in custody. And we're lucky to have very low population in custody and low times there. And so I appreciate the work that they've done. So at this time, I want to thank Dominic Hastings Molyneux and thank him for his 20 years of service with juvenile probation. Dominic is our outdoor intervention specialist / JPO. And Dominic, he works primarily with the cases that are at the lake and with the schools at Whittle, and he works in that community up there and helps to again keep the kids out of the system there. And Dominic also does our outdoor intervention, and so weekly throughout the year and throughout all of these 20 years, he's taking kids out to experience a lot of the beauty and nature that we have here in Douglas County, and to give them some alternatives to some of the wasted time that they use for other things, get them off the social media, help them to look outside and see the opportunities that are available. We do have a 5-day ski program with Vail, Colorado that we do each year, and take kids up there and they learn character traits and get an opportunity to ski in our mountains and get a pass to move forward, and opportunities to even be employed through that later. And then Dominic also does 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens program that we do twice a week. And so we go over all of the habits, try and reinforce those, and try to have them apply it to their lives. And the kids really enjoy doing that. And so I want to thank Dominic for his 20 years of service, and he's got at least 10, I think, more to go. But he's a great probation officer, and if there was ever a community disaster, I'm going to his house because he knows how to survive. But I can't tell you guys where he lives, so I get to benefit from that. But thank you, Dominic. And so if you have any questions for him or anything you'd like to say. Yeah.
I'd just like to say to the county that I appreciate them supporting the program. It's been in existence for 40 years, and it's a finite resource that many counties do not offer for the children of the community. So thank you for supporting it.
Okay, and then.
Okay, item
I'm
number
sorry.
2. Item number 2, let me read that into the record.
Yes, please.
Ceremonial presentation of an employee service award to Kenneth Nicole. Is that pronounced?
Nickel.
Nickel, okay, Nickel, for 15 years of service to Douglas County. Also being presented by Mr. Torres.
Thank you. And again, working with the kids in the community, Kenny started his career at the China Spring Youth Camp as a youth counselor and case manager, and has spent 12 years there and came to our department 3 years ago. And his work out there at the camp and working with the kids of our community was just a good transition. And Kenny works with some very challenging cases, as do all of our probation officers. And it requires a lot of patience and the stuff that they have to go through as probation officers. A lot of people don't like to apply for jobs as probation officers because they know what the challenge is in working with the kids and the families, but we work with all of them together. And I can tell you, kids will come into our department resistant to the fact that they're on probation, have to go to court and things like that, but they always finish thankful for the probation officers and the work that they've done, and the families too. And so I think I can say with confidence that our kids that come through probation leave better when they leave than they were coming in. And I try to dissuade kids from coming into probation. We try to keep them out. My goal is to have no kids on probation and no kids in detention. And we try to tell them that every time, but they could still come knocking at our door. And but we're blessed to be able to have people like Kenny and like Dominic and other probation officers to be the people that they work with. So this is for Kenny for 15 years of service for Douglas County. I don't know. All right, there you go. Kenny.
I'm blessed to work in this community, live in this community, and raise my kids here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to say thank you, Commissioner Engels, too, for your service here. So thank you. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thank you. Anyways, before we go into item number 7, I think we're going to take we'll take a break until 11:10. Is that adequate? Yeah, 11:10 is fine. So, okay, thank you. Okay, it's 11:10, so we're going to come back into session and go to item number 7 for possible action. Ms. Willoughby had a family emergency, so she is joining us, I believe, online. Is that correct? I think I see her little picture up there, so.
I'm right here.
There you go. There you are. Okay, so for possible action, discussion to adopt Resolution 2022-R-136 to transfer $5,392,431 from the general fund to the county construction fund for the Judicial Center project. Ms. Willoughby, our Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record, and thank you for accommodating. My husband is in the hospital, so I need to pick him up today, and I think they're waiting for me. So I appreciate the consideration. During our financial audit of fiscal year 2022, which you heard on November 30th, we had an item that was previously recorded in restricted fund balance that was reclassified to available. And that item is the $5.3 million. As you know, the board adopted a general fund balance policy in July of 2019, which requires that operating revenues fully cover operating expenditures, and any items from any excess fund balance is to be used in certain ways. And one of those is the funding of capital projects. So the philosophy is we do not use one-time money to cover operating expenses, which is a fiscal conservative way of managing the general fund and make sure that we're sustainable going forward. The idea would be that we would fund this, the Judicial Center design and construction manager project contracts under those when those come before the board. And then when and if we issue debt under the board's direction, we would be able to recoup these monies and transfer them back to the general fund at that time due to the board's action on approving a previous reimbursement resolution, which is outlined in the report. I'm happy to answer any questions from the commissioners.
Commissioner Rice, I'm going to go to you since you're online. Do you have any questions for Ms. Willoughby at this time?
I do not. Having read the information in the packet, it makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would add that there are NRS requirements. We could not enter in those contracts unless the funding is available. That would be a violation of state law. So this does allow us to move forward with the contracts as allowed under NRS.
Thank you. Commissioner Noasad, do you have questions? Okay, Commissioner Ingalls, we can't make a motion yet. We've got to go to public.
After watching Fed Chair Powell yesterday, things are not looking very sanguine for the upcoming year in the economy. So this is probably a prudent move to make. And wish you all well for the coming year and Christmas, and have an eggnog for me. I'll see you around the hood.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sensing nothing from the board, we'll go to public comment. This is an action item. So is there any public comment here in chambers?
Is it that sensitive? Okay. Jason Gibson, for the record, thank you. We moved to the Valley in 79-80, the Gibson family. I've been here for 40 years. The capital investments that are being made in this county right now are historically the highest, most unprecedented investment debt ceiling this county has ever seen. Ever seen. The decisions being made here and that have been made in the last 9 months will have such a profound impact on our future. What's disturbing is that we seem to live in a private Idaho of a little bubble that doesn't take into account our national state, which is in chaos, our debt, which is directly related to war, the war in Ukraine, the world war that's raging right now that nobody wants to talk about, the inevitable collapse of the global economy due to a deficit spending model which is rooted in a fictitious standard of measure. There's no doubt in my mind that there's a lot of intelligent, experienced people in this room who really mean well, but like we've said before, the form vehicle by which we are administrating resources is not sustainable, it's unlawful, and it's rooted in an economic colonial slave charter, which is Pope Gregory's doctrine of discovery in 1582. The remedy is that calendar that you've got in front of you in the discovery of the law of time, which makes conscious what's unconscious. The facet of elegance you received today is the Berners edition. There's a more conservative, conventional, simplified form of the Natural Law Peace Initiative. But what you have in front of you has been on the table since 1935. It's not just a calendar, it's a peace plan. It comes with a new time economy. It comes with the Rorich Peace Pact that was signed by Roosevelt and 22 Pan-American nations, which was coupled with the calendar change, which was obstructed by the Vatican and then totally derailed with the prohibition of the economy, which was hemp cannabis from 36 to 39, and then the World War, the Second World War. So you have the tools, you have the remedy, you have new knowledge, and we should be very concerned about this debt and why the Debt Commission did not bring up any of these numbers in its recent meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment here in chambers? Seeing none. Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Any additional questions? Mr. Ingalls.
In regard to that hemp, that was Henry Ford and Congress at that time. I had nothing to do with it, and nobody here had anything to do with it. Nobody even knows anything about it. And before Congress right now, they want to legalize dope. We shouldn't have that either. We shouldn't have fentanyl, and we shouldn't have all these people coming across the border. But there's nothing that this board can do about that. So can we go on? Thank you.
Yes, yes. I was going to suggest that we need to bring it back online here. No other comments? Commissioner Rice, any additional questions?
I have none.
Okay. Entertain a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move that we adopt Resolution 2022R-136 to transfer $5,392,431 from the general fund to the county construction fund for the Judicial Center project as presented.
I'll second.
Okay. I'm going to let Wes get this one. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Noah Sad, seconded by Commissioner Rice to adopt Resolution 2022R-136 to transfer $5,392,431 from the general fund to the county construction fund for the Judicial Center project. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Mrs. Willoughby, and hope everything is fine with your husband. And
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Have a happy or Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, good holidays, safe holidays.
Thank you. You too.
So now we'll move back to the agenda item number 3 for possible action. Discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2022-1612, an ordinance to amend chapter 20.100 to prohibit individual sewage disposal systems, ISDS, and private on-site sewer treatment facilities on parcels less than 2 acres net in size, and to amend chapter 20.650, clarifying the zoning districts where municipal water and sewer systems are required. The ordinance further clarifies that where municipal sewer service is planned in the future, the use of an ISDS or private on-site sewer treatment and disposal facility is a temporary use, and engineered denitrification systems may be required in some zoning districts. And this is being presented by Community Development Director Tom Dallaire.
Tom Dallaire for the record. Thank you. Tom Dallaire for the record, Community Development Director. I am trying to get this to work right. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Chairman Gardner, and I want to try and make this fairly quick for you guys. I know you're on a tight schedule and a tight time frame. What you have before you today is a proposed package that was presented last month, and then also it was provided in the month prior. We did make some modifications. Staff made some modifications to this 2 months ago after it was presented to you, and there was some discussions that were had in the chambers at the time. And so what we're proposing to do is item number 1 here, add, we changed public to municipal just due to, I've had that question happen or come up in the past couple months, and I just wanted to explain to the public that a municipal system is still a public system, but there might be a private system that we can connect to, and so that clarifies those areas where there might be a private system available that could be connected to, and a municipal system would do that. Also, the individual sewage disposal system. Let me switch microphones. I can't see. I can't see the TV up there. So the individual sewage disposal system shall be designed in accordance with the Nevada Administrative Code. Back in early 2000s, the state of Nevada actually did the reviews of all septic systems, and I know this because I did the designs as an engineer for a number of houses, including my own. And we submitted the septic systems for review at the state. These are the criteria that we had to abide by, and there isn't any code in Title 20 today that actually adopts that section or requires the sewage system to be designed. So it is important that we get this into the ordinance so that we can actually require that they design it per the NAC. The state does require it, but the state only now, today, only does reviews on commercial septic systems. So there are a few in the Douglas County that the state would review and approve. But item number 2 is no ISDS septic systems shall be installed on any parcel less than 2 acres net for any parcel created after January 31st, 2023. So there are a number of parcels that are out there today that could be split into single 1 acre parcels from maybe a 4, 6, or an 8 acre parcel site that's available today. And we'll get into the locations of those in a few minutes. But I just want to make sure it's clear that if somebody comes in that owns an 8 acre parcel that wants to split it up into this, just say 6 parcels with a road or a cul-de-sac, that the requirement will be that they connect to the municipal system if they're planning on 1 acre parcels. And it doesn't matter how far away that system is located. It could be 5 miles, and they would have to extend the sewer to those in order to get to the 1 acre size parcels. What this code says that you can do 2 acres and provide a denite system or provide a septic system if it's allowed, and utilize the 2 acre parcels so that you would be able to split it and create 4 parcels instead of the 6. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. The engineered denitrification system will be required, this is item number 3, for all parcels 2 acres net in size or less. So we did analysis back when this item first came up, and we figured that about 1.5 acres in size seems to be the magic number for the requirement from NDEP on the number of septic systems within a circular square mile, and we'll get into that a little bit later in the presentation. But we decided at the Planning Commission, they didn't like having the inconsistency, so we changed that to 2 acres before it went to the first reading, and just simply clean that up, and that came from the Planning Commission. And then we added the operational duties of individual sewage disposal systems. So I did a bunch of research on some extra codes across America using Municode for the search base, and found a bunch of items or a bunch of communities where they have implemented this kind of amendments into their code, so that we had a code enforcement mechanism. Today, we don't have an enforcement mechanism except for if you see raw sewage on the ground, and then we can go after them for that, to make sure that they get their septic system updated or fixed and repaired. So this actually just gives the property owner the responsibility for the maintenance of the tank. We could take this a step further. I did hear a few comments in the meeting. I think it was about 3 months ago on that from you guys, and we could, when you look at the recommendations from the Planning Commission and what I provided to the Planning Commission, we could come back and add a few more sections. Also in Title 20-650, so we're over here on the second little side of the page here, the applicability and purpose. This describes each zone, and it very clearly states what is required. A municipal water system may be required, or requires a connection to a municipal wastewater system. For those parcels, when you look at the 1 acre, that's when the description changes, and it says the existing parcels within this land use requires a denitrification individual sewage disposal system in accordance with 2100. For new parcels created within the land use requires the connection to municipal wastewater systems after January 31st, 2023, for all parcels that are less than 2 acres net in size. So we want to make that clear. And then once you get above 2 acres, we're fine with the septic systems. And so that's what's in front of you today. I do have a lot of background in history on this. I have spent a lot of time researching this topic, and I just wanted to make sure that everybody's on the same page with the information. And maybe I should have had this information for you 3 meetings ago when we heard it, or 3 months ago when we heard it, and we'll work on that in the future. But I want to make sure before you guys make the final call on this that you have the background and where the state of the county is at right now with septic systems. So the board, this board, back in February of 2021 had a meeting where they approved 2 contracts with USGS, and we are in the process of doing a groundwater study right now, and that includes the nitrates within our aquifer in the certain areas of the valley, within the Carson Valley. And so we are underway. I think we're 2 years into a 4-year contract on that, and the county manager's office is managing it, or maybe it's Public Works that's managing it, but here's the items that came to the board. And what we're talking about is the septic tank that's installed to treat the sewage from a single-family home. So commercial still, again, goes to the state, but homes come to the county, and we permit these now. And it goes into a leach field, leaches the waste down through the soil. The soil then treats it further than what the septic tank has done, and eventually it goes into the groundwater, and you can see you're pulling water out of the well back into your house. And so we want to protect the groundwater, and that is the primary goal here, and we understand that. And the way to do that is to just connect everybody to a municipal system. And so, but that costs a lot of money as well. And so what we were looking at is on this item here, this picture on the left, septic tank. We could add an aeration system in the first chamber to introduce oxygen, which allows the bacteria to grow better and treat that waste. And so it's a cleaner product coming out of the tank before it gets into the soil. And so we will look at at an option here in a future slide, and I'll show you what we're talking about there. But this is this system where effluent comes in, gets treated by settling. The sludge settles to the bottom, the scum and the floats, the stuff that floats is on the top, and that's what you want to get pumped out of your septic tank on a regular basis. And so nitrates, where do they come from? There's a lot of sources that where they come from. Farming. We have a lot of ag around here. Things and products that are put on the soil, and then it rains, and then those products get in there. But the primary source of nitrogen in our aquifer is these sewage systems, and we have regulations federally that recommends nitrate levels less than 10 milligrams per liter, and that's what we're really looking at. And I know there's a viewer online from USGS, or that's what one of the things that they were contracted for us to have as a tool, but a lot of the data in there is very old. When I looked at that viewer, there's a lot of information from 96 and 2000 and 2010, but I haven't seen too many items that had been current information, and that's what's concerning me as the Director of Community Development. So what's the dangers of nitrates? I do have an information and slide on that, but it says right here, the lack of proper blood flow can lead to a condition called, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that, but informally known as blue baby syndrome. And it usually, it commonly occurs in unborn babies, infants, and elderly people who are susceptible to many health problems. So if you get above that light nitrate limit of 10, it really starts causing problems, and it has to be treated individually at each well, at each location. The NAC 444 7652, the nitrogen removal of wastewater treatment unit, and they do have that as an option, and in the NAC, and I found this product here that could be an afterthought. So we aren't having to swap out actual septic tanks. That we could require a system similar to this be installed as a retrofit, and it would increase the efficiency of your septic tank by providing air into the treatment process. And so so this is available. I believe this is under. It says right there on the bottom. It was $855. I got a bar across there. I can't see that piece. $855. So so a unit like that, probably another $1,500 or so installed if you have this electric capability on your home to install the extra electrical required to run an air. Basically, it's just like an aerator in a fish tank. You throw this thing in your septic tank, and it pumps air into it and allows the good bacteria to take over and treat the sewage. Also in NAC, the net areas, this 2 acres that you're talking about, we could see parcels that are less than 2 acres in size because the NAC does allow you to use easements adjacent to your property, whether it's a road right-of-way or maybe it's a pedestrian easement. So the exhibit here on the board shows that there's 3,000 square feet that could be counted towards your acreage of 2 acres minimum towards a parcel that would have a septic system allowed on it, and then you get half the right-of-way frontage. So it depends on the geographic alignment of your lot on what this looks like, but it's an individual calculation that we would do on each submittal if we needed to. So 2 acres is the actual area size per NAC, but the parcel could be 1.78. So we just came up with these dimensions and gave you an example just to try and make sure everybody's on the same page and it's clear. I want to use my house as an example. So I am in the airport area plan or airport area, and we actually, if we were to split these lots, is required to bring in sewer or water or connect to the municipality if we did split it. It looks like these lots were created before the code was updated in '96. And anything within an urban service boundary, which this area is, has to connect, per our county code, has to connect to sewer and water. So you can see there will be sewer down here. This is the industrial area. Starbucks is right here. And so there's a little handful of parcels over here. This one's mine. And we have a tool online right now today that when you look at this, if I were to build my house today, the tool says that I have this many parcels. So it's 182 parcels within a circular square mile, which is what this red radius circle is located in. And NDEP has a policy that determines the maximum number of residents on a septic system and has a table, and that's what's on the side here, is you've got the drainage basins within like the Carson River and the Walker River, and that's identified by this bold line. And then the different areas are broken up by county. And so ours in the Carson Valley is Basin 105, and you are allowed 117 septics within that area, and obviously we're exceeding. Right now, we are requiring denitrifications to be installed in that location. If mine fails today, a staff would require a denitrification system be installed on my tank. I don't have that today. It's a normal system. But my neighbor down the street here, not too far, it's four parcels to the north of me, and he's got 78 septic systems in his circular square mile. So you can see that the density of 1 acre is pretty heavy. And the number jumps up over 100 parcels just within 4 parcels on my street. So he technically would be able to be allowed to replace his system with a normal septic system. And every system has a repair area identified on the property where they can relocate the drainage field to that area. So then the data. So I don't know if you guys figured this out or not, but I'm a data-driven kind of individual. I've got a lot of data here. I spent a lot of time with GIS on gathering this information. I really appreciate David in GIS and Leah and Matt, of course, all their help and getting us this information and getting us what we have data collected on. And so these are the numbers. And there are 6,301 parcels with septic systems in Douglas County today. There's total septic system count, so is 6,514. And that is, there are a number of parcels where the county used to require an additional septic system if you put in a accessory dwelling, or if your shop, maybe your workshop or barn had a toilet and a sink, they would make you put in a separate system rather than connecting it to the one you already had. We now allow them to be connected and have just one system. That way they're only maintaining one tank and not 2. But septics are not allowed in the Tahoe Basin, and that's been the case for a number of years. And everybody up in Tahoe is served by a municipal provider. And so Douglas County has 4,785 parcels located within the SFR zoning for the 1 acre zone. And that's SFR is for single family residential zone in a parcel size 1 acre or more. And so currently by right, they have the ability to split their parcel into a 1 acre in size. This code is saying that now if you're going to provide septic or treat the home that's going to be constructed by septic, you need to have 2 acres minimum within that 1 acre zoning. So we have 4,785 parcels that are within the SFR zone and 283 parcels that are larger than 2 acres in size that could be split. Many of those already have homes on them. And there is some criteria in code where the minimum parcel size has to be a certain width. I believe it's 100 feet wide or 120 feet wide. We'll get to that table here in a second, but there are some constraints, and it depends on where you located your house on that 1 or 2 acre parcel that you may not be able to split it. So of those 283, based on a cursory review of our imaging that GIS has, we found that there are 30 vacant parcels that could be divided or to create additional parcels prior to a residence being constructed. And of those 283 parcels, 78 parcels that are 4 acres or larger, and 12 of those parcels are vacant today. and capable of splitting into 4 1-acre parcels. So we're not affecting a whole. This code wouldn't really affect, in my view, a lot of parcels. Johnson Lane has 81 parcels that are 2 acres in size, larger in size or larger, and 3 are vacant. Of the 81 parcels, 13 parcels are 4 acres or larger and could be divided in half today even after this code. Jacks Valley has 16 parcels that are 2 acres in size or larger, and 1 is vacant. And then Ruinstrath has 44 parcels that are 2 acres in size, and 2 are vacant. So there are many properties where homes and yeah, well, I talked about that already. And so this ordinance removes the ability of subdividing about 205 parcels out of the 4,080 and 4,785 parcels. So, and then here's the graphic, and here's where the data came from. So this is Johnson Lane. The red parcels are 4 acres in size, and you'll see on the next slide, orange ones are 2 acres or larger. And all the sites here with the little dots on them are areas where we have septic systems today. And then the green lines are where the sewer mains are located today. So you can see where the green line runs within the streets, like this area right here, there's green lines in the street, and none of the parcels have septics because they've been connected. And so we see that up here on this subdivision, and a couple of them as they expanded. I assume these parcels were in place when the sewer lines went by. And so we do have the ability to connect to sewer in some of these locations. On a future slide, I'll show you that. And I guess they're not orange parcels, they're tan parcels. Sorry, my mistake. Tan parcels are 2 acres in size, so this shows the location of those. This large parcel right here, we do have a pre-application on, and it's Warm Springs. It's a subdivision. They're bringing in 1 acre parcels, or they're trying to comply with our code right now and get us an update. But basically, it'll be 1 acre parcels, and they will be connected to water and sewer. So it'll be very similar to these parcels up here, and that's what it will look like. But there are a number of parcels still out there that have septics. You can see all these have septics on them. So who knows if they'll split them in the future, but those parcels are larger than 2 acres in size. And then Ruinstrath area, we've got Settlemyre. This is the gravel pit. They own another piece of property adjacent to the gravel pit and a parcel south. This parcel already has a house on it. This parcel already has a house on it, and then you can see a number of those. Those are 4 acres or larger. And then the next slide, these are the 2 acre, the tan parcels are the 2 acres or larger, and that shows all these ones. And then if you focus on these parcels right here in the middle is what I was talking about earlier with the parcel sizes. So you look at this table, 20656 in our Title 20. These are the minimum requirements for an SFR parcel. So 1 acre in size is minimum net parcel size. The average width is 120 feet. The average lot depth is 100 feet. So you wouldn't be able to split these parcels in half, and you wouldn't be able to split them in half this way either. They're a little larger. They're at the minimum width. When they were created, they're just really deep, and they're over 2 acres. So there are a number of parcels that wouldn't be able to be split, but some of these shorter, squattier, wider ones, they could be split, maybe a flag lot if they have their setbacks on their house in the right spot. So a lot of analysis has to go into each of those situations. Johnson Lane has a sewer system, a municipal system that is in the ground today. You can see that by the green lines here in the right-of-way. And GIS has done a good job at tracking that. This is a subdivision that's being built today, and there's a line now, I think it's been installed already, that's on, I think this is Saratoga. So there are areas where sewer is still being expanded out here that we haven't captured on the GIS map. We just hired a GIS tech, started on Monday, and this is first priority is to get these maps updated. But anyway, this is important to keep track of this, but you can see with an investment of expanding the sewer system, we could actually connect these parcels in red without any expansion of our sewer system. They could do that today and get connected. There's 127 parcels in Johnson Lane that we can get off of septic and they would be required to connect to the municipal system. And if we expanded the sewer in this area, this main core, we could even go up to, I think the master plan identified 408 or 480. I'm sorry I didn't have that caption in here, but it was something I found just the other day in the master plan. And they have, Public Works has identified a number of parcels where we could expand the sewer and connect more septic systems onto the North Valley sewer treatment plant. This one is Jacks Valley area. We had a small conversation 3 months ago in the board meeting. It's one of the areas that was brought up during your guys' discussion. This is I didn't do a very good job on showing you the topo, but basically there's a drainage basin, drainage way right through the middle of this. So the low spot is down here at the top. If you guys recall, this is the big controversial timber storage location from the tribe put on their property right behind Walmart. So this is Walmart, Best Buy. Just to orient yourself, here's Jacks Valley School. So Jacks Valley School is served by a sewer line that goes to Indian Hills, and then we do have the North Valley treatment plant actually serves through a series of pump stations and gravity mains. They do serve this area north of Jacks Valley. Anything south of Jacks Valley would be served by Indian Hills through their boundary, which is this line. It's this property right here. Everything else would be in Douglas County. So a system, you'd have to install a brand new lift station here to get it tied back into the system up by Walmart, and then make sure that all the pump stations can handle that additional capacity. But it is doable. But we don't have any, plans on doing that anytime soon that I'm aware of. There are 16 parcels that have the potential to be split, but what we noticed is that that the way they located the house and the additional garage on the site, that they might not be able to be split very easily. So in your agenda on packet in your packet on our item, today's item number 3. Starting on page 427, you'll find the 4 findings that the proposed amendment has to be consistent with the policies embodied in the adopted master plan and underlying land use designations contained in the plan. Then that the proposed amendment will need to be consistent with the adequate public facilities policies contained in Douglas County Code Title 20, and that the proposed amendment is compatible with the actual and master plan use of the adjacent properties. And if the amendment is in a receiving area, which it depends on which area we're talking about, but most of them are not, and the changes to the land in any industrial, commercial, or residential district otherwise increases the density or intensity of use, that the amendment is being requested in the context of a specific plan or the plan development and utilizes transfer development rights. So staff does not believe that we can meet all of the findings, but it is open to interpretation. And if you look on page 427, I have provided a number of goals and policies out of the master plan that you can utilize to apply towards these findings in whichever way you guys decide to go on this today. The Planning Commission did hear this item. The minutes are attached in, I believe, well, no, it's in the board packet. We got those in there. And the conversation for this item, and I think all my presentation comments are also typed out. And so hopefully you had the opportunity to review that. Mark Nenrip motioned to deny the code changes as presented, and Bryce Klutz seconded the motion. Jim Slade was the one individual that didn't agree with that motion, and the Planning Commission, 6 of the 7 individuals thought that maybe clarifying 650 would be the way to go, and maybe that we did need to include the NAC 444 in the code. We need to require denitrifications for all parcels 2 acres or less. That should be part of the code. So I don't know if you want to do an amendment to what's proposed today, or if we have to come back and present some modifications, but we'll see how the discussion goes after I get done with this PowerPoint. But I think we really need to look and see what the data comes back as far as from USGS on their contract, and see where the nitrates are today. Like I said earlier, they have a lot of data, older data, that it jumps around all over the place, and it would be nice to get some current information and on where the aquifer actually stands today. And then we did have a conversation, or you guys had a conversation on septic pumping requirements. There have been codes that I found that did require every 5 years, every 8 years, so it depends. For those conscious owners, and I think Mr. Slade had this argument, maybe he takes care of his septic system, they don't put any food down the garbage disposal, and his system may last 15 years before it has to be pumped. It depends on the use. And what we're afraid of today is a lot of people coming up from prior homes where they lived and it was just on a municipal system. They can see the clean out next to their home, but they never can see the septic tank in their yard, and they don't even know they have a septic tank, and then it doesn't get treated. And then once that happens and you get the sludge and the thicker materials going into your leach lines, that clogs the system. And so pumping the tank regularly would prevent that, which would make a healthier septic system. So I think if we instigated something like this, we need to think about how we're going to track and report it. And we really need to monitor the well data better than what we're doing today. And all that requires staffing and some place to locate staffing. And we're pretty much at our maximum capacity in our building today. So I'll shut up and turn it over for any questions for you guys.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Turkanian.
I just had one question. Can you quantify the benefit of limiting septics to 2 acres or more? It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of parcels that would be affected. So how much is it really going to affect the nitrate system, if you can even quantify it this time?
As far as the nitrates going into the groundwater, is that kind of where you're heading with that, or the number of parcels that are in a?
The impact the number of parcels would have that you're eliminating the septic tanks.
Right. So I don't know what the data is in those areas of, like, let's just say Johnson Lane. You can see here where majority of them are on the outskirts of the area, right? So the development is allowed up to this line here, and it's pretty much been all developed, and parcels have been created even though they're larger than what's the zoning district allows. So if these guys end up splitting the lot, they would have to extend the sewer, like this one in particular would have to extend the sewer line up to this location. The additional septic system in this location and what it affects downstream, it will take some time, of course, for that to contaminate the groundwater. And you also have to have, some sort of septic failure where you're adding the more nitrates into the system, into the leach field. So the denitrification system versus I've read some data on it. It increases the efficiency of your septic tank from like 75 to 80% to 90 to 95%. And then so if you're adding the air into your septic tank with a denitrification system, which is usually what happens around here, then you're increasing the efficiency of the septic tank and decreasing the amount of contaminants that the ground has to treat before it hits the groundwater level. Does that make sense?
Commissioner Ingalls.
We did exhaustive research with the DA's department. District Attorney Ritchie, myself, We also contacted Dayton. They've been wrestling with the same thing, and some of the things that they're confronted with are not much different than here. And these denitrification units, they do work. One of the big problems is that I talked to the company that does our septic work. They find that when people get their electric bill, because they have to run 24/7, they disconnect them because they use a lot of power to run the motor. And they have a filter in it that has to be replaced periodically. It's more than 5 years. And if a lot of you have seen the commercials on TV in regard to this Camp Lejeune water contamination, and there's about 5 law firms that are saying, call us. Well, this is what can happen if water gets contaminated, our aquifers, if they get contaminated, and it can be more than nitrates. There's more than nitrates out there. There's bacteria bugs that won't kill you, but they'll make you sick. You can't drink the water. So there's a lot of things that haven't been confronted or dealt with by previous commissions. It appears as though they've been circumvented. It was things that developers should have done, but they got around it. Then there's the up at the lake, everything up at the lake, all septic tanks cannot discharge into the lake. And so in Douglas County, all the discharge goes up to a processing plant before it comes down to the valley here and goes into settling fields, and that is non-potable, but it goes into the aquifers. We have a problem in general with sewage here in the valley. We've got a second sewage processing facility that's just started up recently. You've seen all the homes out at 88 and 395 that aren't even occupied yet, but they're going up. Carson Valley, well, you've heard of the Pasadena Rose Bowl and the Florida Orange Bowl. Well, we're going to have the Carson Valley Toilet Bowl at the rate we're going. And it's serious. It hasn't been attended to, and it's incumbent on this board to make a decision to get going on this. Now, I recognize that this is not perfect, but we have to do something and do it now. We can't wait. All of this, everybody does agree that we've got a problem. It's a problem right now, and it's going to get worse. And if this gets into the aquifer is destroyed because you can't go in there and get it out of the aquifer. So that was why we came up and decided to get this on the agenda and get something in motion, not only this, but maintenance of the septic tanks and things of those natures that are just standard maintenance procedures. Jim Slade was the only one that talked about maintenance, and he is very serious about how he maintains his septic operation. But most people don't do it. And I didn't know about all this. I consulted extensively with the company that maintains our tank and all of the problems that they run into out there, and it was staggering. So we've got some things that need to be attended to. I'm not going to be here, and there's not going to be anybody to push this. I've been pushing this since February this year, and finally got it on the agenda and got people looking at it, and it's right at the end of the year. We should have been on it right away. So, you know what my position is to say, yes, it's not perfect, but it's going to get us going. We seem to get into these things, and then it just sort of dies on the vine. And it's going to be incumbent upon future commissioners to stay on top of this. It's like when I came in here, and the first thing I saw was we had no accounting department. Well, we had a general ledger, and we had people plugging in data, but we had no month-end closing. We had no bank reconciliations, no subsidiary reconciliations, I was stunned. And the first thing we did is pull together an accounting department, Terry Willoughby and Moss Adams, the outside auditors. It took them a year just to get the thing unraveled. It was no wonder Tiregate happened. And other things were probably happened, but we didn't even know about it. It is just beyond comprehension. And this isn't anybody's fault that's here, but nobody done anything about it. So this is what is incumbent upon the commissioners of this county. Going and pressing the flesh and going to meetings and stuff, that's okay, but you've got to go and do a lot of homework and dig through some of this stuff. And when you find something that's not right and uncomfortable, you've got to go start going at it. And one of the big concerns that I have heard is that people have property rights and this may affect their property rights. I heard this 6 times from the Planning Commission, something more or less like that. Well, Mr. Ritchie, how does health and safety reconcile with property rights? Who's what's the word I'm looking for? Which comes first?
Chairman, if I may.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Doug Ritchie with
Ritchie.
the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Property rights are enshrined in the Constitution, but it goes without saying that reasonable regulations for the public health and safety are upheld by the courts all the time. That's why we have a requirement that you have potable water, you have some way to handle waste from your home. We don't have outhouses anymore for a reason. So to answer your question, public health and safety, this board has the authority through its Title 20 powers to regulate land use and sanitary sewer systems, if that's your question.
Now, to show you what can happen if this doesn't start being addressed, at some point in time in the near future, this is going to start to affect somebody's water around this county. It's already headed that way. That's been confirmed. And the guy from the USGS, he's warning us. It was 2 years ago. So the county has already been sued by the people out in Johnson Lane to the tune of $130 million. And they won because we had to put in stormwater management. We had to build a whole new department. And they had rocks coming down out of the pine nuts, and they had to put in holding ponds.
So, Commissioner Ingalls, I need to direct you back to this
No, I'm
item
making a
specifically.
point.
To this item specifically, please, okay? We can't talk about.
Yeah, thank you very
other-
much. I'm talking. You interrupted me. You have a terrible habit of being that way.
Would you please pay attention to what's on the agenda item?
Yes,
Thank
Your
you.
Highness. Okay, so the point is that at some point, some sharp attorney and some engineers are going to go out there and somebody's going to have this problem, and the county is going to be sued into oblivion. We got sued by the Cave Rock water system because we didn't address it for years. It's the same thing. So it's incumbent upon this board right here to make a decision in support of getting this going. If they don't do it, that's up to them. It's no skin off my bone. I don't care. I live out in the boonies with a bunch of cows. I'm not going to be affected by it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ingalls. Commissioner Rice, did you have any questions for community development?
No, I do not. I think that he did a magnificent job of pointing out the system and where we need to go.
Thank you. Commissioner Nosad? Okay. So at this time, we'll go into public comment. Commissioner, County Manager, Mr. Cates.
Not commissioner yet, sir. I would just like to return to Commissioner Tarkanian's question, if I may, just for a moment. Just taking up to a little higher level, I think was what he was getting at with his question. According to the staff report, there are over 6,000 parcels with septic systems today in the ground. And if you read through the staff report, the number of parcels that would be affected by this change to a 2-acre minimum is a few hundred. So we have over 6,000 in the ground. This would affect a few hundred parcels. I think the impact of that change is likely pretty minimal. I think the horse has already left the barn, so to speak, in terms of how many septics are in the ground. And in my opinion, in reading the staff report, I think the solution lies more in the area of getting the existing septic systems hooked up to municipal services rather than changing the acreage requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I have some prepared comments, or I made some notes, but I'll wait until we hear public comment. So at this time, public comment is open on item number 3. Do we have anybody here in chambers who wishes to offer public comment?
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Michael Kerner for the record. I've been here for 33 years. I'm a co-founder of the Nevada Home Finder. I'm a realtor here in the Valley. I believe this proposal is too broad of a brush to address the issue. The only really proposal is to extend the sewer lines to lower nitrate levels. In 2024, I believe the gentleman said earlier, the USGS survey will come out with new data. I think we should vote this down, or you should vote this down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I appreciate your brevity. And I would remind the public that while they have 3 minutes, they're not required to take 3 minutes. And if you wish to piggyback on top of another comment, you have the full authority to say ditto as well. Okay? So anyways, with that, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Aiden Downey. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Sierra Nevada Realtors. Thank you for letting me speak today. The Sierra Nevada Realtors are opposed to Ordinance 2022-1612 regarding the acreage change from 1 to 2 acres. It's an infringement on private property rights and an undue burden on the citizens of Douglas County. I ask the Commission to please vote against the adoption of this ordinance. Thank you and happy holidays. I'd also like to thank Commissioner Engels for his service to Douglas County, despite our different views on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Lori Lyle, and I am a resident of Douglas County. I'm not a realtor. I'm not a developer. I'm simply a resident. And I agree that extension of the sewer lines is probably the best alternative to reducing the nitrate flow. And it's also the best alternative to a variety of other wastewater constituents that in the future you may need to regulate. However, I think something needs to be considered about the existing problem and not letting it perpetuate. So if this is not the solution, I certainly encourage you to not just wait until the USGS report is out and then start thinking of a solution to that. I think this is an ongoing issue that needs to have attention, and it needs to be considered of how we would extend the sewer line if that is the solution that the Commission deems is most appropriate. Thank you.
Casey Summers for the record. Now it's good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Casey Summers. I'm a 36-year resident of Douglas County, and I'm here today in opposition of the proposed ordinance 2022-1612 regarding the raising the minimum acreage for an individual septic disposal system from 1 to 2 acres. This ordinance would place an undue burden on the residents of Douglas County and is an infringement on personal property rights of the owners. In Mr. Delier's fiscal impacts report, he identified the costly requirement for impacted homeowners to connect to the county's municipal sewer system. Staff also highlighted the negligible impact this ordinance would have on nitrate levels in the water. So an ordinance that does not do anything to solve the alleged problem, but burdens county residents, is just plain bad governance. I ask the Commission to deny this ordinance proposal to protect personal property rights and ensure Douglas County property owners the ability to use their property as they see fit in accordance with existing laws. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Wow, okay. Bring it back to the board. Any additional comments, Mr. Commissioner Rice?
Yes, I think that this action is premature. The USGS is doing a study. We do not know what the results of that study are yet. We may have a problem, we may not have a problem. I'm reluctant to change our ordinances on what might be. Thank you.
Commissioner Tarkanian?
Couple things. First of all, I am thankful that Commissioner Engel brought this issue up. It's an important issue and certainly a concern of all of ours. And I am absolutely 100% in agreement with what the county manager said in regards to my question. You know, there is an issue and a problem, and we need to solve it. But what will be the impact of this solution if we pass it? And it's been negligible from everything we've read. And even with Commissioner Engel's passionate argument for something to help this area, he didn't mention how restricting the homeowners that are less than 2 acres from having the septic tank would solve this problem. And I haven't seen anything to show otherwise, and the impact that we would have on all of those homeowners that would be affected, we're making them pay the disproportionate share of a cost without having any verifiable solution or impact with it. So I'm not inclined to go for it.
Commissioner Nosad, any questions, comments? Okay.
This problem we face and the solution, quote unquote, is like putting a Band-Aid on arterial bleeding. That's what we got going on here. What this problem indicates is that we have a much larger picture to be looking at in terms of making sure that we have the way of getting sewer lines out to these other residents. Personally, I think it has been a fault of the Board of Commissioners prior to my even coming into this county of allowing the builders to put septic tanks in. Why wouldn't they have to be charged to say, okay, you want to build on Johnson Lane, run a sewer line down the middle of the road. You want to do any other area, run the pipe down the middle of the road, and make them to do that as a provision of their getting a permit to develop. And if they say, well, we can't do that, I would say, bye, go someplace else.
Thank you. I too appreciate Commissioner Engel's concerns in this regard and what he's trying to bring forward. I just find it as a shotgun approach to a rifle problem, and that troubles me. When we have approximately 350 parcels in our county that would be affected by this, While if those were all concentrated in one particular area, then it might have some measurable impact. But I don't see where those parcels are stretched out over the entire county. I think the only area, and don't quote me on this, so to speak, but I think the only commissioner district that wouldn't be affected by this would be Commissioner Tarkanian's area, because all of that is on public water and public sewer already. We probably need to move to that condition. My initial concerns were South County, of course, because those are the primary residents I service, and down there we have no public water and no public sewer. So I was glad to hear that everything down south of Leviathan Road is already parceled in 2-acre parcels, or zone 2 acres or 5 acres, and so this wouldn't have any impact on that. But still, when you take a look at the Springs area and the Ruinstrath area, once again, it's those folks who bought property with the inclination to build on their property. If they bought more than 2 acres, and we're looking at a method of parceling that off to a smaller piece of property, so they could not only build on their property but also have income that would last them a while. That would be taking their personal property rights away. So I'm also drawn back to the conclusion of this staff report that says staff believes some, but not all of the findings can be made. And so that I'm not inclined to disagree with staff. Our Planning Commission voted 6-1 to deny this or suggest denial to us in this regard. So when a Planning Commission or any of our advisory boards come back to us with those kind of recommendations, I start looking at what was it in the process that they possibly overlooked or made mistakes on, and I couldn't find any in that regard. So I'm inclined to stay with the staff report as well and look for other solutions, and ask our community development department to continue to look at other solutions. I like the idea of other solutions. You know, I mentioned this a few months ago when we first talked about that. We understand that we have a failing system in the Pineview Estates area, which is my district, and we have plans to run sewer from the current Washishu India Casino, where I believe it runs to now, down through the Corley Ranch property, down through Ruinstrath, and over the hill into the Pineview Estates. And so I feel like maybe we need to take a look then at when that line goes through, incentivizing a method for our residents in the Ruinstrath area to at least get on public sewer. So those are some solutions and I think we need to look at it from a long-term standpoint, okay? Too often this board looks at short-term tomorrow solutions, overlooking the unintended consequences. And I don't want to overlook the unintended consequences. So this board needs to look long-range, 5, 10 years, 15 years down the line, so that we are protecting our residents. So once again, I have to go back to, I appreciate Mr. Ingalls and his passion to this issue, but I don't see this as a solution. So anyways, that's my feelings. Commissioner Ingalls, you had additional comments you wish to make?
Well, I'm through arguing this point. I'm done today trying to defend this county. I can see where this is going. You guys are more worried about the vote and than your constituents and what's going to happen. You don't have time. And this would at least get it going, and it keeps everybody's focus on it. And you're going to drift off into other things, because I've seen this happen in the last 4 years. So goodbye and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Ingalls. Commissioner Nosad, you had additional comments?
Yes, I do. In looking at this problem, it goes much further than individual septic tanks. It goes into a comprehensive, serious look at generating public works project It's not going to take 2 years, may not take 10 years, but I think we have to get something started, have the staff come up with a plan that says, okay, we want to do these 5 things. And then amplify on each of those 5 things and set a schedule. It's called planning. I don't know that this has been done in the past in this county, but I think that's the one way to go. And by the way, it's not going to be cheap. If we're going to make sure that every house in the valley has water and sewer, it's not going to be a cheap thing. But you got to be able to bite the bullet.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion. Do I have a motion for the adoption of ordinance 2022-1612?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noasad. To adopt the ordinance, that's a positive motion to adopt ordinance 2022-1612. I have a motion by Commissioner Noasad.
Second.
Okay. Motion to adopt ordinance 2022-1612. Motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Ingalls. All those in favor of adoption of ordinance 2022-1612, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All those against adoption of 2022-1612, say nay.
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 Nay. Motion fails on a 2-3 vote. Thank you. Is there a sense that we need to break, or are we good with going forward? I would prefer to go forward if we could. Okay, thank you. Motion, item number 4, for possible action. Discussion on appeal challenging the denial of a Tier 3 vacation home rental VHR special use permit. The subject VHR special use permit, account number 084-01823, was for a 20-person occupancy located at 1211 Highway 50, Zephyr Cove, Nevada, APN 1418342020007. The permit applicant and appellant is Joey Lobb, and this is being presented by our Code Enforcement Director, Ernie Strelo. Did I get your title correctly? What is it now?
This is Ernie Strelo for the record. It's whatever you want it to be.
Thank you. Okay, well, anyways, you can go forward.
Okay. On or about March 1st of this year, Joey Laub commenced the vacation home rental permit renewal process for his 10-bedroom home located at 1211 Highway 50 in Zephyr Cove. They call it the Gold Coast, I believe. On or about March 23rd of this year, Mr. Laub received conditional approval for a Tier 3 special use permit, authorizing the occupancy of 20 on the property. The permit was conditioned per code upon final approval by the VHR Advisory Board. On October 26th, a couple months ago, the VHR Advisory Board convened to review Mr. Laub's Tier 3 permit application. The VHR Advisory Board heard first from Mr. Laub about his property, and then following the information provided by Mr. Laub on his property, there was about 11 folks from the public that opposed the Tier 3 permit application. Upon hearing Mr. Laub and the public, and after considering the information provided by the county, the VHR Advisory Board voted 4-0 to deny the permit. In making their decision, board members noted that noise issues and the prior history of complaints from neighbors. Following the denial of his Tier 3 denial, Mr. Laub timely filed an appeal. And the appeal specifically says, decision was based on erroneous information provided in public comment portion of special use permit meeting. So, and false claims of noise complaints and parking violations made in public comments, portion of Tier 3 special use permit hearing. This information is found in 502 to 560 of your packet, as well as the minutes. So back to you, Mr. Gardner, Chairman Gardner.
Thank you. I thought I saw a hand up. Oh, I have a tendency to go down at the end, and I don't want to necessarily call each of you in order. Commissioner Rice, whatever, if you had your hand up, go ahead. Okay, Commissioner Rice, do you have questions?
No, sir. Most of any question I had was answered in the packet. And this is a perfect example of why we now closely monitor level 3 VHRs. And the comments from the neighbors are very telling. So I have no questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Tarkanian now.
Yeah, I have a few questions. How many of these complaints have been verified as being a problem?
Ernie Strelo for the record. Commissioner, the noise complaints, we had no record of noise complaints in Citizen Serve. These, a lot of the noise complaints, it sounds like it was from the neighbors, but they were never called in, so we didn't have anything on record.
Okay, so see, this is a problem I have. If you're going to deny a permit based upon the neighbors complaining, but they never complain through the channels that are available to them, how do you do that?
I didn't deny the permit, Commissioner. The VHR commission did.
So, okay, I have a bigger problem though with this one. And I read through all this stuff, a lot of testimony. And I got a lot of people that had contacted me on this one, the denial. And to me, the bigger problem, is, I mean, the advisory board denied it based upon the noise complaints from what you testified to, but you're telling me there's been no verified noise problems. But the bigger problem I have is, from what I understand, this property is located adjacent to a homeowners association that has denied VHRs and is on the border of it. And you're talking about 20 people. And that goes back to what the ordinance says, which I'd asked you, Ms. Davison, and everybody on the board on another development area, how does this fall into the, what's the language the code has, that it's similar to the makeup of the neighborhood. Now, I'm not using the right language, but I'll get it to them. That, to me, is the bigger problem with this VHR Tier 3 is it doesn't follow that provision of the code. It isn't similar to that neighborhood when right adjacent to it, they banned them. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Ingalls?
I have found the advisory board to give us solid information, hence I support their decision.
Commissioner Nossett.
To Commissioner Engel's comment, I say ditto.
Thank you. And I share both of your concerns here. Is that I know that our vacation home rental advisory board takes a great deal of time and effort into reviewing all of these, especially the Tier 3 permits. Should we uphold the denial by the Vacation Home Advisory Board, that does not mean that they lose their ability to have a vacation home rental. Is that the case? They still have the ability to operate as a Tier 2, pending time for them to come back in another year and be reviewed again. If they wish to apply for a Tier 3 at that time, they can do so also at that time. And then we can look at the records that are accumulated over this next year's period and they can sit down and make that determination once again. Is that how the process works?
This is Ernie Strelo for the record. Yes.
Okay, well, I didn't expect such a succinct answer, but that's fine. That's fine. Okay. So yes, I mean, as I indicated all the way up in the previous item we just heard, we appoint these advisory boards to research this area and come back to us. And so I take what they have to say, very, very seriously. So anyways, I don't have anything else at this time. So this is a possible action item. So at this time, we will, I'm sorry. Before we go to, I've been informed by legal counsel that I failed to have the appellant speak. So we will do that before we go to public comment. So is the appellant, Mr. Lobb, here? And does he wish to speak? If you'd go to the microphone and sign your name and identify yourself, and then we'll begin. And as I understand it, Mr. Ritchie, there's no time limitation on this, is that right? Okay, it's a bill. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the last question you asked? I couldn't hear the question. No time limit?
Not limited on time.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much.
But we're not on the clock either. As I understand, you're an attorney, right? So you're not going to bill us for this amount of time, right?
I believe paid by the minute, Your Honor. I'd like to thank the commission and the board for an opportunity to speak and address the application that has been made. I've heard the comments of the board, and I also take great heed in what the advisory board does and their recommendations. I believe they do an earnest effort, and they do the best job that they possibly can under the circumstances. And so I hold them, as well as this board here, in great respect, and for Commissioner Ingalls for your time that you have spent here. However, the appeal process is designed for a specific reason, and that is to allow due process to avoid situations where the law or the codes are not being followed, and that people can be potentially influenced by public opinion, public comments. And so the appeal process is designed to make sure that the laws have been followed. And as a result of that, I am respectfully requesting that my Tier 3 application be approved. I am empathetic of the general perception and the general opposition for vacation rentals, and specifically by my neighbors. I appreciate that. However, the law and the codes have been followed. In October 26, the advisory board made a decision that was not based upon facts, but following the comments that were made at that particular hearing, as opposed to instead the code compliance and the lack of violations. In the comments that were made on that letter that was prepared, and I'd like to bring the board to the attention of the appeal. It was prepared by Ernie Strelo, that the appeal of denial of Tier 3 of my application. In there, on page 2, it states 10 rules that needed to be followed, 10 rules that needed to be complied with. And because I have followed those 10 rules is why on March 23rd, I was given and granted, with great appreciation, the conditional, was given a conditional approval. Because I have fully complied with the rules that have been set out for our community. These rules are set out by our community to give the community a guideline how to behave in our community. And with great pride, I look at these 10 points, and I will pick up just even the very first one. Number one, the unit complies with applicable permit conditions, including those by 20.622.030 subsection E. I have, with great pride, self-monitored, managed. I've asked Charles Tencher, a friend of the family, to also help monitor this property. Since 2013, there has been 0 violations, 0 complaints that were filed. And I did hear a comment by the board that, well, is the process where he can apply next year and we can give it a year to see how the property is performing. This property has been a vacation rental since 2013. I watched the property extremely closely. I have installed sound monitors inside and outside of the property on this 2 acres in which I'm not part of a subdivision. I'm not near other homes. I'm on 2 acres that it is self-sustaining, and I care about my neighbors. But I understand that there is a general opposition to vacation rentals. But when 10 rules are set up and say, this is what you need to do to comply, and someone complies, I've answered the bell. I have responded to following the rules that have been bestowed upon our community. And they're very fair rules. And I stay on the property when I have renters there because I have the apartments. And when I don't stay there, I live 1.5 miles away. I drive by there on a regular basis. I count the cars that are there. I have created a 6-page application process that allows me access to the property anytime I hear there's a violation. I can enter that property. I screen each and every tenant. It's not by accident that there's no complaints by the communities. Matter of fact, in doing the research, going back to 2013, there was 1 complaint about noise and distraction, and that was not my property. So the public policy, so the appeal process is designed for a reason, and the public policy of citizens, please follow the rules and comply. And if you don't, we're not going to grant. But if you follow the rules, what kind of message is that if a citizen follows the rules but yet still being denied their application because of a public opinion as opposed to following the rules? I'm almost done. I don't want to belabor, but I have been part of this community since 1965. I graduated from Wattell High School. My kids, all 4, have graduated from Wattell High School, and they went through the elementary school process. And I care for this community. My brother used to live in this community. My father lives here. And I'm friends with many of my neighbors. And I was shocked, quite frankly, on October 20, I think it was October 26, when we had the hearing of the complaints that were being made against the property. Because I'm very, very sensitive to my neighbors and what's going on with my renters. And there was complaints of trash. Well, I walk the property. I know where there's trash. Don't see the property. And yes, there was, and there is a specific complaint about an overflow of cars parked on one of my neighbor's properties. Well, I thought that was a public street, did not realize that it was a private street. And that took place in 1998 on one of my own personal parties that I threw, and I asked people to park on that street. And I apologize to that neighbor, and I'm sorry that I did that. It was my mistake, my misunderstanding. But since 2013, I have not had more than 8 cars parked there. And my property could hold 20 cars easily. But I want to remain under the radar of any body, governing body, that's going to regulate and monitor by not allowing any problems on my property. And this property is my legacy to my children. And so I wish to take care of it. I wish to have it respected by those people who I have as renters. So I have done everything within my powers to fully comply. And sure, there's a public opinion of my neighbors saying, well, we're just opposed to vacation rentals. And so, yeah, if they want to bring up a 1998 error of judgment on my part, but again, I thought it was a public street, I accept that. And I don't have trash. I mean, I've got huge garbage bins. I've got to allow for trash. I walked the property looking for trash on mine and my neighbors, which at one point was fenced and recently it was unfenced. I looked to make sure that I don't have any intrusions on my neighbors, and to be denied the permit in spite of my efforts, in spite of 0 complaints, but 1 in the community, and again, that's not on my property. I'm not so sure if that seems fair. And sending a message out to the community of, hey, there's a reason why we have rules. And if you don't follow those rules, you're going to suffer the consequences. Well, where's the inverse of that? And so that's why I respect and I believe in the appeal system, because it helps avoid arbitrary and wrongful decisions. So I urge the board to follow the law, follow the rules, and honor those people in our community that work extremely hard to comply with those rules and regulations. Charles Tencher, as I mentioned to you, is a friend of the family, and I don't want to just monitor this property by myself. I wanted to have a secondary person, and he would like to have a moment to speak on my behalf as well, as he's prepared a map displaying the distances between my property and other people's properties, and highways separating some of my neighbors, which they're down below me in elevation, and to help put in perspective the true facts of what has occurred, and those true. So I would like to yield to him for a moment in order to give him that opportunity to show more of the facts of what we've done in order to have such a remarkable record. I don't know of any other property that has been operating since 2013 that has a better record than ours. And with great pride in our community, great pride in my property, I urge very strongly that the decision of the advisory board, in which I respect, but I do understand the influences that they were under at that time, and by the comments that were made in a bit of a heated meeting that took place at that time. So. With that being said, I'd like to have Charles Tencher finish my comments. I won't need to make any more comments after that, but as part of my message and my plea to this board, I'd like to yield to him for a moment as someone who assists me in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Charles Tencher for the record.
Okay.
Thank you for taking the time and opening up.
If you could keep it quick, I'd appreciate it.
This will be very specific and very quick because this is the way that I operate anyway. So basically, number one, The VHR board, which we're all thankful for, has made a decision. They made a decision based on comments made in the public comment section of the VHR meeting. That is a fact. They took that information as best that they could, and they assumed that information to be correct. The information that was provided was done so in a way where the people knew the actual ordinance. You take one issue, noise. You take another issue, trash. You take another issue and complain about parking. And combined, those were taken to be real, to be accurate, and the VHR board made a decision, as they should. However, I would like to deal with the facts in a very specific way. What we did is we pulled public records. I'm very thankful for having the Sheriff's Department to provide us with service. So there's a 911 emergency services. Do you guys have this in your packet, please? Do you have this information in front of you? Okay, fantastic. That is a call detail report. There has been one call since 2013, which, as Joe said, we've been in business since 2013 as a VHR for this location. That call was not about noise at the property of 1211. It was actually, oddly enough, a call from a tenant at the property in question about noise coming from across the street. Oddly enough, it was the Ledbetter property, and they were complaining about, as you can see in the report, noise coming from the inflatable balloons. The police officer responded in kind and asked them to please unplug the noise source. So that was the only call. Once again, please pay attention to the fact, not the opinion. The fact is 0 calls to be complaining about noise, trash, parking, or any other such complaints. This is not an opinion. This is a fact from a call detail report from the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, which we're all thankful for their service. The other one was a public records request that I made to the VHR Code Enforcement Board. There is a phone number listed with every permit that has to be listed properly for everybody to see. If there's an issue with parking, with noise, with any kind of complaint, you call that number succinctly and they will go ahead and take action. Do you see that report in your packet in front of you, gentlemen? If you do, fantastic. Well, that says from Ann Reno, quote, and I quote, "Code enforcement has reviewed their files and databases and show no complaints for noise, trash, or parking violations you inquired about per your public records request." So between the VHR Compliance Code Enforcement Board and the Sheriff's Department, there has been absolutely 0 complaints. So we're thankful for the VHR board that you appointed to make sure that these things are done properly. However, somebody took advantage of the system, and this one fell through the cracks based on the fact that they knew what to complain about. They complained about. There was no way for the VHR board to actually verify that information, so they made the decision based on the information they were given at hand. My understanding was the whole purpose of the appeal, it was to provide facts, and I believe that that is what we did today. So it's not that the VHR board is not doing their job correctly. We're thankful for what they're doing. I am also a resident of Douglas County and live less than a quarter mile away from the property in question. That's why I'm a local contact. I don't want people partying till 2, 3 in the morning when I'm trying to get some sleep and go to work the next day. So I'm very thankful for the purpose of why we established the VHR Advisory Board. I do think, however, that as people, sometimes things tend to fall through the cracks. I'm asking you to do your jobs today and actually look at the facts and use the facts to make an informed decision as opposed to public opinion. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. And thank you, Mr. Engels, for your service.
Thank you. Are we good? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've heard from community development or code enforcement. We've heard comments from the board, and we've heard from the applicant or appellant. And so at this time, then I believe it's proper to go to public comment. Is that right? Okay, so we'll go to public comment. Is there public comment here in chambers on item number 4 regarding the Tier 3 permit for Mr. Lobb? So once again, I'm going to ask several things. Number one, please silence your personal devices so that we don't interrupt other speakers. And when you approach the podium, please print your name so that we have it clearly into the record. And state your name, and your time will begin when you do that. And if you have comments that are basically duplicative, is that a right word? Duplicative? The same, you may rate, you don't, and you're not required to take 3 minutes, and say ditto. Thank you. I'm sorry, I failed to mention, we need you to turn on the microphone also, so there it is. Okay, there you go.
We have the property located at 1241 Hidden Woods Drive. You know, Mr. Love just a moment ago told you folks that his property does not adjoin any property in the homeowners association. I want to pass you a map that shows where my property is and where his property is, and we are the adjoining property to his. So the noise level that comes, may I approach?
Please hand that to the clerk so we have that in the record. Thank you.
So the noise level that comes out of that building can wake us up at night. Now understand that we have recently replaced all the windows and doors on our property to sound deaden. We still hear the noise from that property. We bought this property in the beginning for the peaceful enjoyment of getting away from the hectic work schedule of owning a real estate business in San Francisco. Now, anybody here have a real estate license? Okay. What we call noise, nuisance, we call that, well, it's in legal terms, it's actually a nuisance, but we call it noise pollution because it interferes with the peaceful enjoyment of a property owner when you're awakened at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning with loud noise, loud music, and anytime you have a person, it's natural for a person to agree to certain conditions on using a property. Once they get into the property and they start partying, that goes out the window. I'm sorry. So I would highly, highly, strongly object to having this person the ability to increase the noise level as it is from 10 to double that to 20. It makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Good afternoon. My name is Kirk Ledbetter, for the record, and thank you for this opportunity to speak today. Seems like it was not long ago that we were notified of this change for this VHR as a community, and we did all show up, and we did make public remarks during that hearing. That's true. I was there. I spoke. So I have some properties in this area, and I'm very familiar with Hidden Woods Drive and where all the landmarks are. I own a property at 1193 Highway 50. I've owned it for many, many years, and it is a current long-term rental. There are 2 units on this property, and those 2 units have been rented long-term. I try to get years of renters to people who live and work and raise their families in Lake Tahoe. And right now, both units are occupied. We have tenants in both, and family in the bottom and a couple in the top. They get up early to go to their jobs in Lake Tahoe. So I am concerned about noise, and now I understand the complaint deal. And I understand that, well, here's my fear, that I'll be here again next year, if we go through another cycle, we get another appeal by this individual. So I'm going to do the best I can to keep my records clean and crisp and get the records straight, as we've heard today. It was good to attend the VHR meeting on October 26th because I did hear about the neighborhood. At that meeting, your applicant said he has adequate parking for the expansion or additional occupancy. Today, on the record, he also said that. On December 2nd, I took this photograph from my property across the street of a vehicle parked outside of Joe Lobb's property. You can see in this picture the address sign. This is another view of that property. If he has 20 spots, why are these cars parked blocking snowplows and others on US Highway 50? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. It's been a long morning. I'm Debbie Ledbetter. I also belong to Kirk. We own the property 1193 Highway 50, 1220, 1218, and 1210. 1193, just 2 weeks after the meeting, well, maybe not just 2 weeks, I observed on my cameras where Mr. Lobb's tenants were having a luge built on my neighbor's property adjoining mine. I have a whole full video here. I didn't know how to send it to you, because I don't do that for a living. And they were having a snow park built, they were shoveling and sledding, and you can see them walking back and forth to Mr. Lobb's property. It was going on for about 2.5 hours. I have it all on a Ring video, and I don't know how Mr. Lobb, because he's so involved in what's going on over there, didn't know that happened. I've had to put up no less than 10 signs on my personal property up there stating no trespassing, no parking, no garbage. I didn't know I had to put no sledding on there as well, but they continue to trespass onto the property. The noise complaint that he seems to think happened, I've never heard about. My balloons do not make enough noise to confuse the people across the street that the balloons are causing noise. They are balloons. They don't make noise. They're just a decoration. I've never been contacted by the Sheriff's Department to take them down or that they were too loud or anything like that. Mr. Lobb has absolutely lied today. He lied about us getting together and picking a point of view to complain about. That never happened. I didn't even know half my neighbors until that day. We all had the same complaint. And I can tell you right now, I called Douglas County on Sunday night or Saturday night when we had the storm, and I complained because my burglar alarms were going off, and they said they would send somebody there, and they never showed up. So I don't know what kind of logs you guys are keeping, but that is not true. We have complained. They don't come. You don't have enough sheriffs over there to take care of noise complaints and tenant abuse. So I have more, but you don't want to see me in a year. I'll have it really documented by then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Gardner, and County Commissioners. My name is Thomas J. Hall. I live in Reno, 4725 Woodchuck Circle. I grew up on Kingsbury. We moved there in 1952. Second house, built on all the Kingsbury. Went to Zephyr Cove Elementary School, graduated class of 2, Whitall High School class of 11. My dad sat on your board in 54. He got a call from a visit, actually, from Bill Hara. And Bill Hara approached my dad as a commissioner, and he wanted to have a traffic signal put at State Line. So I've been around a long time. I own property actually next door to Mr. Lobb on the south. I submitted 2 packages of information. I hope you have them. At 12, mine is 1201 US 50. I actually wanted to build a little house on this 1 acre parcel. I put together a binder of my application, one of 2 binders, and a roll of plans. In my application, I had to build a road, design a road 20 feet wide with a loop in it for fire department safety, health and safety. I had to improve the right-of-way at NDOT. I had to put in sprinkler system private, and that's for a cabin, 1,400 square feet, 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, 2-car garage for 4 people. Now, Mr. Lobb wants to have 20 people on his property next door to mine without any of those safeties. Not a 20-foot wide road, not a fire turn, not safety sprinkler system, and no improvements to NDOT. Mr. Lobb actually presented false testimony, but Commissioner Tarkanian made the point. It says the permitted VHR must resemble the existing residential uses made by resident owners in the SCs. And we know that this is called the Gold Coast area. Across the street, a house is for sale by Chris Bentley for $55 million. Linda Piscotto has a property for sale for about $49 million. Ledbetter's own a gorgeous property. So this is not resembling the area. The grounds for denial of the VHR committee can be for other reasons not specified herein, which are unique to the location and circumstances relating to the application. So this is a very high-end residential location. To have a motel with 20 units is plainly wrong. Mr. Lobb testified falsely. He said he lived on the property. Now he says he lives 1.5 miles away. He said that the property was 3 acres. It's only 2 acres. He said it was entirely fenced. It's not fenced. So the record before the board was very outstanding. He said he parks on paid parking lots. I have photographs of parking on dirt, and I submitted those to the clerk, and they're out of the record. We ask that this application be denied. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Brad Ingram for the record. I am a resident of Hidden Woods, and just want to address a couple of things to your question, Mr. Tarkanian and Mr. Strickland, about the lack of complaints. And I believe, I don't know how it was 10 years ago, but I understand as of today, it takes 3 independent complaints from 3 different residences for the sheriffs to respond. So commenting on Ms. Ledbetter's comment about having difficulty getting sheriff to respond. It's my understanding, and we've had a difficulty getting sheriffs, and it could be just from lack of, capacity of being able to respond to these issues, but want to throw it out there as an issue. Also, a comment to Mr. Lobb, and stating that the October 26th meeting was heated. I don't know if this was heated today, but it was no more heated than what it is today. So, with that being said, I'd like to read in my comments. So, in addition to being a resident, I'm also the secretary for the Hidden Woods Homeowners Association. And although I'm not here today in official capacity, I have had the opportunity to speak with most, if not all, of my Hidden Woods neighbors who've expressed their opposition to issuing this permit and have submitted their comments online or by mail to the Board of Commissioners ahead of this meeting. Personally, my front door is approximately 500 feet from 1211 Highway 50. Our back door is less than 100 feet from another Tier 2 vacation rental located at 223 Cave Rock, so we're uniquely sandwiched between 2 party houses. Throughout much of the summer and intermittently during the winter, we're disturbed by large, loud parties playing music, yelling, and carrying on until all hours of the night. My neighbors have reported the same type of disturbances, including 4 a.m. fights and the need for calling the sheriff as recently as November 5th of this year. on 1211 Highway 50. During the October board meeting, during Mr. Lobb's initial Tier 3 request was heard, I have to say that I found him to be a bit disingenuous in many of the answers that he provided to the board and audience. For instance, when asked if the construction work on his property was permitted, in his response, he said, "It has been inspected." Only when pushed by the city attorney did he admit that building permits were not obtained. Later, he was asked if the property was fully fenced, and he responded affirmatively that it was fenced, only to be informed by Mr. Hall and the Ledbetters that it's not fully fenced, and the renters are frequently wandering off his property and into their adjoining properties, leaving trash strewn about for the neighbors to deal with. We can't assume to know Mr. Lobb's true motivations. He spoke of leaving a legacy for his children, but to me it seems to be one more of greed. This Tier 3 special use permit should not be allowed, and I am adamantly opposed to issuing this.
Thank you. You may, if you wish, give those comments, if you had additional comments, to our clerk for inclusion in the record, if you wish. Thank you. Okay. Any additional public comment here in regards to this? Thank you.
I'm sorry, Judy Spears, for the record. I am just exhausted from this. It is so noisy that this is a second home for us, a very, very expensive second home. We didn't go up there once during the summer. Our contractor said, "Why don't you come up?" Because of the noise. I was actually feeling pretty good when Mr. Lobb said that he would give us his cell number. Call me any time of day, any time of night. I'm here ready to write it down. He didn't give it to us. So after he walks to the DA and he starts talking to him, I said, "Oh, Mr. Lobb, I want the cell phone number so I can call you." Crickets. I am exhausted. It wakes up my granddaughter. She's now just turned 10 years old. It's just terrible. I mean, the doors and the windows, we thought that would help. After, $200,000 spending just on that, we've added more new shades to Hunter Douglas. I am exhausted. I'm sorry, I don't mean to take it out on anyone, but I'm ready to sell the property. But my husband says we have to disclose, at least in California, you have to disclose this when you're selling your home of the disturbance because it's so loud. No one's going to want to buy our $4,000 home for a $100,000 home. Oh, I'm so upset. Goodbye. Happy holidays.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm in the market for that. Okay. I believe you just can submit it. Can we submit it to I'm not sure. We'll find out. Okay. Any other public comment here in chambers? Sensing none. Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online in regards to this item?
Marsha Johnson, for the record, I do have one person with their hand raised. Kathy, do you have public comment on item number 4?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record, then we'll start your time.
Kathy Oyster. It is my hope that you will deny this application. Mr. Lobb's representative, Mr. Tesher, claims only that no complaints were entered into the VHR program or sheriff's department. And so any other comments would be, excuse me, diminished in value. However, it's hard to stand up in public and make statements, but many have today, and with photographic and video evidence. The program investigation has been, as usual, thorough, and the advisory board's decision was thoughtful. And finally, this Tier 3 goes beyond what even Airbnb deems acceptable. They have placed a limit on rentals to 16. Beyond that, it is a party house risk. Please deny the application. Douglas County does not need a house with 20 partiers. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas, and thank you, Mr. Engels, for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no additional public comment online.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Commissioner Rice, did you have any additional comments you wish to make?
No, I find the evidence compelling. On one side, I am familiar with Mr. Laub, having been a court bailiff and having a grandson who was a minor league baseball player, and Mr. Laub has devoted many hours to the youth of our community. That being said, on one hand, I live around the corner of what used to be the party house up here. I understand the plight of the neighbors, and I think that the advisory board, the VHR advisory board, did a very good job. So, thank you.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Okay. First of all, I think the proposal or the statement, the presentation made by Ms. Laub and his associate was really good in a number of areas, primarily in the reason we have these appeal processes. I think we're walking a very problematic line when the majority of a board states that the advisory board does a great job, so we're going to give deference to it, or not deference, we're going to agree with them. And I think there's not only a problem with that legally, because this is a de novo hearing here, we're hearing new evidence on the matter and have to make that decision. But the advisory board is there for that name. It's to advise the county commissioners of what to do. And I do give great deference to every board, including the planning commission, when they give us their recommendations. But to say you're going to just vote the way they come back, I think you're going to have a problem legally. But more importantly to me, I think you have a problem in carrying out your responsibility as an elected county commissioner. You get elected for making the decisions. The advisory board is not elected. You should be held responsible for the decisions that are made, not an unelected board. That being said, I find a little bit of hypocrisy when we start talking about VHRs, where some are allowed and when some aren't allowed, and we follow part of the ordinance and not other parts of the ordinance. As I mentioned, my big issue here is this does not resemble the existing residential use of the neighborhood. It abuts a homeowners association that prohibits VHRs. This is the ordinance that was passed by this board, and this board has an obligation to follow those ordinances. In fact, the advisory board has an obligation to follow that ordinance. In fact, that should have been part of the reasoning for the denial of this permit, was because I don't see how this in any way resembles the existing residential uses. For that reason, I'm going to vote against it. I do want to say one thing, because this has to be said for people in the future. If we're going to allow VHRs in areas, and again, you guys know my position, there's few areas I think they should be allowed. But if we are, as a board, you better have some basis of why you're denying a Tier 3 permit as opposed to any other permit, and you need to have some documentation. What was said to us in the presentation, I didn't see any documentation, but what was said as the people who spoke and some of the pictures and some of the videos, that's what we need to see. I assume that was provided to the advisory board. That should be part of the record, so when it comes before us, we have that. That being said, I made my decision.
Commissioner Ingles, you had additional comments?
Last summer, we went before a federal judge, and he agreed with the county that all of these vacation home rentals are clearly a commercial endeavor in an area zoned single-family residence. Hence, everybody with a VHR up at the lake is there at the luxury of this board. We're not a bunch of rubes, and we know what's going on. Now, almost every case we get, we aren't in a court of law. You are not under oath. So we're dealing with parole evidence, which means verbal evidence. Is that correct? We're dealing with verbal evidence? Yes. Okay. If I were the board, I would have revoked his permit. So you got 1 year, I'll give you that, but I'm going to agree with the board.
Commissioner Noisette?
Oh, yes. I was taken aback when the parties involved in this took the testimony or the evidence given in oral evidence that were lent the idea that they were lying. And I'm looking out here across the audience. These are all my friends and neighbors in Douglas County. And I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, unless you get caught lying. If you get caught lying, then you're in trouble. But I'm thinking most of the people that came up with that microphone are honorable people, and they're going to tell it like it is.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for community, for code enforcement. Is it not the case that Tier 3s require a professional management, property manager? Am I mistaken on that?
Ernie Strelo for the record. If they're a Douglas County resident, they don't.
If they're a Douglas County resident, they're not. Okay, okay. I just wanted a clarification on that. My other question is, while he applied for this on March 22nd, this was not heard by the advisory board until October 26th, 7 months afterwards. Can you tell me why it took 7 months for this permit to get to the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board?
Ernie Strelo for the record, I can. So when you apply for the Tier 3 permit, you get a provisional permit for 180 days. We had a hearing set up in June. Mr. Laub left the country on vacation and pushed it to September, which would have brought it to the 6-month mark. And then one reason or another, he was not available for the September meeting. So it got moved to October.
Okay. I listened to Commissioner Tarkanian's questions earlier, and I agreed with him in regards to the fact that we haven't had any complaints, that documented complaints, and that troubles me. And honestly, when I listened to Mr. Laub, the appellant, he made some very compelling arguments, and so I have to give that to him as well. And so I can tell the public, I think this is very important for the public to understand, and I know this board feels this way. I'm feeling very confident that it is our goal that no one in our community even knows that a vacation home rental exists. Is that a fair statement to make? If we didn't know that they exist, if we didn't have residents complaining about it, if you didn't know that your next door neighbor was a vacation home rental, you would have nothing to complain about. And isn't that? That's a ridiculous argument. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, you're going to argue with me everything on today, unfortunately. But anyways, I just know that our Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board has been extremely careful in the last year that they've been in existence since last October, really, in regards to the issuance of Tier 3 permits. Very, very careful. And so I'm inclined to really take a look at what they're doing and how they're going about it. And I talk with them on a regular basis to find out what's going on and what they're seeing. I'm very anxious to see us come back and hopefully then in the first quarter of next year with an improved, revised ordinance. But I'm still, I feel like I need to err on the side of caution here, accept their results, knowing that Mr. Laubs can still operate a Tier 2. But I encourage the public. That puts us in a dilemma, okay? If we don't have anything on the record, it makes it very difficult to deny these. Is that
This,
okay? So this is my turn, Mr. Ingalls, so thank you. Okay, so anyways, you accused me earlier of interrupting you, and now you're trying to interrupt me. So anyways, I'm going to go forward. Once again, I just tend to, Mr. Lobb, I understand your dilemma, but you've been operating a tier 3 since March. However, to go back to a tier 2, which was before you actually kind of put the other residences into property, I'm just tend to err on the side of caution, agree with our Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board, and knowing that we're not going to deny you the ability to operate. You can still operate and then come back in another year. But if, once again, the public needs, if there's problems, they need to be vocal about it, as all these other neighbors of vacation home rentals that are a problem. We need to hear that, because if we don't hear that, we don't have the good evidence to go on, okay? And it is verbal. So anyways, I'm going to entertain a motion at this time. Mr. Ingalls, you've had your opportunity. Thank you.
May I speak then?
Mr. Noasad, you are, yes.
All right, with respect to calling in, how many people in this audience know the number? What is the number to call? How do you find out that number? That just went into effect recently. And I don't know how well it's been publicized, but it isn't publicized in the neighborhoods where VHRs are, then you're not going to hear anything.
Yes, no, thank you. Commissioners, I'll entertain a motion.
I'm going to make a motion to deny the appeal.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian to deny the appeal.
I will second.
Commissioner Ingalls, Commissioner Rice seconds it. Any further discussion?
yes.
Do you wish to discuss the
You're
particular
talking
motion?
about these people coming down here and spending their day down here, and that they haven't told you what's going on. We have a situation here that's legally called parole evidence. You don't have a phone call, you don't have a radio call, you don't have any of that. They're down here and they're all saying the same thing except the applicant. He's lying. It's that simple. If you put him under oath in
Mr.
court,
Ingalls, I
it'd be different.
don't like the idea of calling any of the members of our public liars. And so he may be misrepresenting what's going on, but I hesitate to call it a lie, okay?
Mr.
So
Chairman.
anyways, that's not up to this motion.
If it walks
So-
like a duck and quacks like a
Okay,
duck, it's
thank
a
you,
duck.
Mr. Ingalls. Mr. Tarkanian?
I just think that's disrespectful to Mr. Lobb. And look, you got to look at the motivation between everybody. I don't like VHRs in neighborhoods, okay? And if there's any small complaint, I'm going to make it. That might be the view of some of these people. Before you say, I mean, listen, it's the pro evidence. We listen, and as a board, we should take in all the evidence and make a decision. We don't rely upon what was said at the advisory board. We take the evidence in, and we give credibility to each person, but don't call people liars.
Agreed. All those in favor of the denial of the appeal signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Mr. Strelo, don't go anywhere. We have another one to discuss, right? Item number 5 for possible action. Do we need to take a 5-minute break to go to the restroom? Okay, very good. Okay. For possible action, item 5, discussion on an appeal challenge the denial of Tier 3 vacation home rental special use permit. The subject BHR special use permit account number 08401-966 was for a 14-person occupancy located at 395 Sherwood Drive, State Line, Nevada, APN 1318-237-10060. The permit applicant and appellant is Olga Alexander. Mr. Strelo.
Good afternoon. On or about May 4th, 2022, Olga Alexander commenced the vacation home rental permit renewal process for her 7-bedroom home at 395 Sherwood Drive in State Line, Nevada. On or about July 30th, 2022, Ms. Alexander received conditional approval for a Tier 3 special use permit authorizing the occupancy of 14 on the property. The permit was conditioned upon final approval by the VHR Advisory Board. On or about October 26, 2022, the VHR Advisory Board convened to review Ms. Alexander's Tier 3 permit application. Ms. Alexander has been a VHR permit holder since 2015. She personally manages the property and communicates frequently with all renters. To assist her, she has a team of individuals who are collectively available 24/7. However, upon questioning by the VHR Advisory Board, she acknowledged that she is not a local resident and resides primarily in the California Bay Area, Dublin, I believe. She also acknowledged that she did not employ a licensed property manager. Ms. Alexander monitors the property carefully using cameras and audio-visual recording devices around the property. And the property has previously been the cause of safety concerns, such as soot from a fireplace on the exterior of the house, a dilapidated deck, a limited emergency egress. The safety concerns have purportedly each been addressed. There were some comments by several neighbors about fires on the deck, open wood fires on the deck of the property. There's other neighbors have complained about noise in the neighborhood. It's a more dense neighborhood that we do have. We've had 8 calls, recordings in our logs since 2018. One of them actually was the day before I visited the property. There was a weed complaint. There were weeds all around the property, and so we had recorded that. There's been noted that there was a lot next door to the property that was mowed down, and TRPA had to be called out to stop it. Mowed. They just leveled all the grass in the field. And so, upon hearing Ms. Alexander, the county, Tahoe, Douglas, and the public, and then considering the information provided by the county, the VHR Advisory Board voted 4-0 to deny the permit. And making a decision, board members noted the lack of licensed property manager, the numerous noise and parking complaints, hence the field that was mowed, and the proximity of neighbors as reasons for the denial. Following the denial, Ms. Alexander timely filed an appeal. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Mr. Strelo? Mr. Rice, Commissioner Rice?
No, I think the documentation in this case is quite sufficient.
Okay. Commissioner Ingalls?
Oh, no, I got some.
Okay, well, I mean, we don't have to go in order. I mean, I thought I heard Mr. Ingalls say that he was, so, yeah, we'll come back. Commissioner Ingalls.
I seem to recall this coming up before we even had a VHR committee. He built unpermitted decks, wooden decks out or something. Is that right? Is this the right property or the same property?
Ernie Strela, for the record, I'm not sure if it's the same property of an unpermitted deck.
It appears our community development director has some answers on that question.
Oh, the history on it is me. So I don't believe it's the same one. The one we had the problems with the decks on where it was a 3-story home, fairly high, and it was a building code issue.
Thank you, Mr. Diller. Commissioner Tarkanian, did you have questions?
Okay, so I read through all these documents too, because again, it's my responsibility as a county commissioner to be educated on all the facts and not just rely upon an advisory board's decision, even though they do the best job they can with the evidence that is presented to them. So I have some questions. First of all, have any of the noise or parking complaints been verified?
Ernie Strela, for the record, yes, they have.
I read the packet, and in the packet it says none of them have. That one was verified, but then she submitted documentation from the sheriff or one of the deputies, saying that it was not verified, that it was not, I forget the wording you use. So it's contrary to what's in that packet, and I read it over twice.
Ernie Strela, for the record, I'm sorry, when you say verified, we have verified each of the complaints, whether they're substantiated or not substantiated.
I apologize. The word was substantiated. Thank you. I have a hard time with the English language. Anyways, somebody could have laughed a little bit. So has any of these complaints been substantiated? Because that's the key point. I mean, anybody can complain. Has any been substantiated?
Ernie Strela, for the record, yes, on 521, a noise complaint was substantiated by the sheriff's office.
Documentation from the deputy from the sheriff's office saying that it was not substantiated in the packet.
Ernie Strela, for the record, no.
Okay, I'm going to go through the packet before we're done. I'll show you where it's at.
Okay.
Second thing is was there any proof that she or whoever did this mowed the adjacent property, or was it just mowed? I mean, was there any evidence to show who did it?
There was a neighbor that talked to it that was a neighbor of the neighborhood that talked to it at the open meeting.
What did the neighbors say? Did they say that they saw her out there?
They said that she had hired somebody to go out there and mow that field.
Was a question asked, how do you know that person was hired by her?
No. Not that I'm aware.
Weed complaints. There are a lot of discussion. Most of this being here was on the weed complaints. I didn't realize, is weed, making sure your property is free of weed, is that a requirement? And I'm talking about the weeds that are growing, not just smoking. But is that a requirement for a VHR ordinance?
That's a
This is
county-
Ernie
it's a
Strela for the
county ordinance.
Oh.
I understand there's a county ordinance and she can be fined and she could be told she has to do it, but we're talking about being denied a Tier 3 permit. So I'm asking, is this part of the requirement for a Tier 3 permit is to make sure that the weeds are regularly removed from your property?
This is Ernie Strela for the record. Not that there's nothing in the code that I'm aware of that says anything about weeds as a
And then the other
restraint
thing that caught me in the court discussion during that meeting was, and I like this advisory guy. He's I don't think I wrote his name down, did I? No, shoot. Anyways, but he said in here that it is obvious that there is a lot of noise occurring it's Mr. Byers. And he said it's obvious that there is a lot of noise at the property. But again, I read through this, and besides the one that you say was substantiated that I saw in here, that she submitted documentation from the sheriff's and it's not, I don't see any complaints. Now, we may get some people to testify today, and that'd be wonderful, because I think a lot of that depends on what we see. But I'd like to see that. Finally, and this is, to me, this would be well, there's two things. First of all, the one issue dealing with, does she reside in Douglas County? And Mr. Strela, this is for you, because you made a comment, and you made it in the packet, and you made the comment here, that she testifies she spends a majority of her time outside of Douglas County. Now, I read through the documentation, and I didn't see that. I'm not sure where you got that from, and this is what I read, and I just read it before this meeting. I read it where she said she does not spend a certain amount of time. She's here during the winter and the summer months, the skiing season and the summer months. She doesn't designate how many days. They asked her, Mr. Byers said, we look for the driver's license to determine whether you're a resident, and she says her driver's license is Nevada. So, you lead, and then Ms. Hempler made a comment and asked her, because she was trying to pin her down, because I don't think she was being straight with where she resided. So Ms. Hempler tried to pin her down, but she never got an answer. She went to public comment from there. It would have been nice to know, is she spending the majority of her time in Douglas County or not? And you made the comment that she was. I didn't see it. If you can show me where it was, that'd be great. But I guess the question is this. My big concern about whether she lives is she filed tax returns saying she's in California. Now, who files tax returns and say you're in California if you're not living there the majority of the time? She's paying California taxes on the property that she's renting there. So I would have a big concern with that, but I would have preferred the record to be a little more clear, unless you can show me somewhere where she said that she spent the majority of the time that I didn't see it. If she doesn't live here, then it's my understanding she doesn't qualify for a Tier 3. Is that correct?
This is Ernie Strela for the record. If she resides outside of Douglas County, she's required to have a property manager, professional property management company.
Doesn't, because she manages it herself.
That's correct.
Okay. Did we get, did Commissioner Rice chime in on this one or not? I think you indicated already that you.
I did chime in on it.
Okay.
But, I do need to disclose that I have seen this property. I was invited by a neighbor to take a look from their property to see what was happening on the property in question. And so I should probably disclose that.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
You know, the reason why I got into this, and I'm giving you these tough questions, Mr. Strelo, is not that I don't like you. I don't want your toilet paper in my house next door. But I read her documentation that she submitted, and I don't see anything to the contrary disputing it. She does a lot of stuff, from noise monitoring the cameras to overseeing them, that I thought it was pretty impressive. So, and one final thing is, where on state line is she? I'm not familiar. Is this, where in state line is it? Does it resemble the existing residential uses, which is a big thing to me?
I'm trying to remember. This is Ernie Strela for the record. I'm trying to remember. She was on the lakeside. She was off the Lincoln Highway. So, okay, so it was off Kingsbury. It's off Kingsbury.
You think it resembles the residential uses currently there, a Tier 3 permit?
For a Tier 3 in that neighborhood, not necessarily.
Thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian.
This is Ernie Strelo for the record. I have one clarification. So, you know, in 590 of the packet, she did list on her tax returns that her address that she puts there is California, and I think you mentioned that. So I think that's all we had to go off of.
Okay. Commissioner Ingalls, anything you wish to chime in on this?
I've received 2 phone calls in the last 30 days from a resident who is in the area and is aware of this property and has had nothing but problems. It was a phone call, so this is parole evidence, but when you start to see a pattern evolve, it kind of gives you an idea that maybe there's something here. And in addition to, well, the weeds, the county has a weed abatement program that is countywide and it includes the lake. And the weed department goes up to the lake and they have to spray weeds once or twice a season. So keeping the weeds down, and if they don't do it themselves, the county will do it and bill them for it. I don't know what's going on there, but it sounds like something's going on. Now, back to this property. This lady has taken and cut down all the pine trees to make room for more cars. And she cut the pine trees down to dirt level. And nobody ever took any pictures of it. And the Forest Services would like to know about this. And they've already commented on it, but they can't do anything because they have no evidence. But it happened because the tree stumps are still there. So she's violating all kinds of rules and understandings and everything, and she doesn't tell the truth. So I don't believe anything she's saying, and here we go again. I'm done.
Okay. Commissioner Noah's had any questions?
As to the trees and whether they're there or not, all you have to do is go into the satellite, look at the picture down there, and tell you whether there are trees there or not.
We want to be very careful that we don't stray away from what this is all about. So anyways, at this time then, sensing nothing else from the commissioners, we will ask Ms. Alexander to, if she is here and wishes to make a presentation.
Hello. Okay. Commissioners, thank you for listening to my appeal. I'm going to divert from my original presentation to just clarify what we just discussed. Number one, let's discuss false reporting. On August 15, 2015, my renter wrote that she had received 2 police visits in 2 nights straight. Now, we're not a non-drinking, non-party family trying to have a nice family reunion here at your house. We have complied with all the rules. We only have 2 to 3 cars here every night. I can tell there's something fishy going on with your neighbors, because there was never any reason for anyone to complain about disturbance while we have been here. My daughter said the police seemed like they were called out here a lot for probably no good reason, for that they knew for sure that there was really no reason for them to be here. And I'm going to skip up through it, and I will say to the end, I have to be really honest with you. They will hesitate to book this house again, knowing that we'll have the cops coming out to our door every night for no reason. It also is quite a waste of taxpayers' dollars for the police, who should be fighting out crime, to be taking the time to check in a family peacefully staying in a house. I'm sorry about this. It seems to me that your neighbors are doing this on purpose. I hope you get it worked out with them. This is a very nice rental home. On August 18, I wrote to Kiva Patrick, which is code enforcement officer, and I explained to him that I tried to see him. Mr. Patrick, there's a long thread of emails that I gave the board, by the way. I presented all this to the board. He answered to my email of me stating that there's a coalition against my property. Dear Patrick, I know the path of less resistance is best. From the beginning of the conflict, I tried to patch things out, but it seems like their anger is clouding any amicable solution at the moment, as I had another neighbor which lives next to us intercede in our favor in a block party, etc. But regarding the police, I contacted the police as well at the same time, and they all said it was a civil matter. So Mr. Patrick said, I received your voicemail messages and the message from my coworker that you had come to meet with me. I don't usually meet with people, as I'm normally off the office most of the day, as I was yesterday. And we went on, and he said, go talk to the sheriff's department, but this is a civil matter. You just deal with it in court. Then matter of TRPA. So TRPA, attention, Mr. Sweet, he's a supervisor at TRPA. As per our conversation, here's some additional information you need. There are 2 neighbors in coalition working together. This was May 16, 2018, by the way. They're Leonard Kyle at 196 Kingsbury Circle and Kendall Barrett at 393 Sherwood. Shortly after I moved, my husband was approached by Mr. Kyle. In his conversation, he emphasized how quiet of a neighborhood it was, a sort of a warning message. And he also bragged they had forced the previous owner of 395 Sherwood to sell his property for the same circumstances they are now harassing us for rentals. He explained that our neighborhood is too nice and they would not tolerate rentals in this area. The most incredible part of your cease and desist violation is that they have carefully and maliciously planned your intervention, as they're directly involved with accusations of the planned removal. As far as I know, my husband had asked Henry Smart to trim an overgrown tree over our property and wanted to trim a tree block in our view, nothing else. While he was doing just that, it appears Mr. Leonard Kyle approached Mr. Smart, starting a conversation about what a disgrace was our property. He told him the trouble was a fire hazard plus the high brush allowed rats and raccoons to build nests and all sorts of other creatures. He added he was ready to put a complaint with Douglas County and the fire department unless it was taken care of. With the best of intentions, Mr. Smart took upon himself to handle the threat by reducing the vegetation, not obliterating it. I have enclosed a photo of what the back and side look like so you can compare. What is important to analyze is their manipulation makes them responsible of the cuttings which you're blaming us for. The so-called anonymous call is nothing but a flagrant manipulation of government resources for their gain. And he continues on. I provided this proofs to the board as well. And there's more, but I want to discuss the noise recordings right now. So there were 4, according to staff, there were 4 noise complaints. Ever since 2015 and the problems with the neighbors, I installed hardwired cameras first and now online cameras. So we have 4 cameras now, and we had previously 2 that would show the driveway, which we could see how many cars were parked, and the deck, which is a source of, it's an open deck and there's nothing in the other property. So as noise carries, the deck could be the source of complaints. So we have a video camera showing the deck. And every time that code enforcement had contacted us, the video recordings or the noise has immediately given to them with 0 or low or just a simple conversation. This is the case of the May 21, which staff is saying was a substantiated call. It was not. It states here, by Officers Danielle Soto of Douglas Code Enforcement. Morning, Olga. The complaint was for noise, which was unsubstantiated by the VHR deputies. The deputies did find the permit was missing, which is a violation. Thank you for reprinting the permits and sending photos of the placement. That's what the citation was about. But I have attached that with a copy of the videos that anybody could see. And in the videos, you could hear 2 people talking lower than I'm talking right now. And that was the call about. And it's been going on forever because, unfortunately, my neighbors do not want renters. I will discuss now my permit history, and congratulations to staff. They're really very rigorous process of approving a permit is absolutely rigorous. It took me maybe 2 months to get approval with back and forth, completely minutiae detail. They were really, really good. My permit history. I manage the property. I am a Douglas County resident. I purchased my property in 2012, a different property, but I have my Nevada driver's license since, I don't know much, 2014, I think, 15, I'm not sure. And I consider myself a resident, and according to code, the code is not as specific that you could be a dual resident, which I am. I have a corporation in Nevada, I have 2 corporations in California. So I'm a dual resident of both. I've never denied that I was a Nevada resident because I am. My only license is from Nevada. So that is not an issue. I want to discuss that I've been permitted since 2015. The county code permits are for 12-month periods. Previous to the new ordinance, my application was approved from May 20 to May 31, 2021. I provided the board with copies of the permits. It shows that ends May 31, 2021, as per HDL. However, my permit was issued incorrectly, covering May to December 31, 2020, instead of May 2021. So I received a notice in January 21 that my permit was canceled for not applying in December. So you can't fight City Hall. I followed the instructions, I applied, I paid the permit, I processed, I was accepted through the rigorous process because it's rigorous, and I'm telling you, it is rigorous. So I was accepted in January and February 2nd, 2020. However, my permit was never issued. I never understood why, but my permit was issued finally in July of 2022 instead of February 2022. So I was permitted double permit because I was still permitted in May 2021. And again, I was permitted in February 2021 to 2022, both one on top of the other. But I follow whatever I was covered. I should be permitted under the new administration until February. I shouldn't have to get that permit in July, but I just wanted to share that with you. I want to discuss my closest neighbors and the issue with their presence in the board. There's Mr. Kyle, which is part of he is the main source of the complaints. He is the one that's been calling with false reporting, as far as I know. the coalition between Mr. Kyle and the previous two owners that already moved, it's been going on since then. And that's why I'm prompt to look and to answer. There's things that escape. For example, my neighbor, Ms. Neiman, which has a video of a renter that brought a barbecue pit. Who told them to bring? I didn't know that they brought a barbecue pit, and he had, a high fire on the barbecue pit, and she recorded that. That was June last year, correct? Since then, I went through fire department, everything is being processed. The permit was granted based on that there's no fire danger. Now, they said that I had a bad deck. Well, the deck is replaced. Like I said, I've been contacting code enforcement. I've gone to the police several times, asking them to please call me directly, call my source locally, to call me if there's any disturbances so we can immediately assess the matter. Now we have noise monitoring system that within 5 minutes to tell us if this elevated up to a certain time. Immediately, the alarm to all my employees and to the renters comes through. There's also, the noise monitoring system has a crowd feature, which with too many people are using the internet, then there's too many people, they're not allowed to be there, correct? So we have that, and that sounds as an alarm as well. So I provided the emails to Mr. Kiba. I provided the email to TRPA and our problems since 2015, 17, and 18 to the board. I know it's a lot. I provided the inaccuracies and Mr. DeSoto. And regarding the public comments, I just want to say that there's 40 plus houses in the immediate close area, and only the two neighbors that Mr. Kyle has tried to actively recruit. And I'm pretty sure that the phone call that Commissioner Angus received was by Mr. Kyle, because he has been actively trying to basically close me down. That's why he calls the police instead of the hotline. Why not call the hotline? The hotline, you can distribute photos, videos, everything, and it immediately has to be solved within 20 minutes or you're done. But no, not one phone call to the hotline for the last 2-3 years, because he figures I can prove immediately it's an untrue. So he calls the police, because sometimes we don't get to know anything from the police for a month or two, and by then my video is gone, because I don't save all the videos. I'm going to have to from now on. But anyway, so out of the three neighbors, Mr. Wrong, he lives pretty far. He didn't complain about noise. He complained, he said, about garbage and by parking. And honestly, he's a really nice man. I would believe him, but he didn't bring the pictures, and I haven't seen anything. Part of the presentation that I have, which I don't know if you will allow me a lot of the time, is my contracts, my qualification process is 6 steps. I qualify before they rent. I make sure you're coming here for a party, this is the wrong place. Do not. We cannot accept you if you're doing so. So when they said that no, which is the copies that I provided, the steps that we provided, when they said no, then we accept it. But before they even are able to book, they have to accept the contract conditions, and the contract conditions have everything that the board and more. It's a very, very, very hard contract to sign. It would be difficult that any of you would probably sign it. But it is there, and they sign it, they accept it, but I don't remain to that. I go ahead, and after they made the reservation, send another electronic agreement that they have to initial in every line. So they can't say, oh, I didn't read that. No, they have to initial and sign. And after they do that, I go a week prior to arrival, a welcome packet. And the welcome packet has the same instructions to no noise, no parties, no this, no that. And they have to initial. They cannot get the entry codes until they do that. And after that, I ask them, I record the conversations with the guest. So I said, here, before the entry codes, you understand, you signed 3 contracts, you understand that this location You cannot have parties, noise, quiet times, parking, garbage, everything. We go over it. I record a conversation. They accept to record a conversation. They accept the video cameras. They accept the monitor devices. They accept everything. We try to look through it, but I cannot look at people's 24 hours. So there's things that escape. So that's why the hotline is so important. If they can use a hotline, if they really care to solve the problem and prove me wrong, use the hotline. There's the videos, there's the calls, there's what you can really prove. Otherwise, everything is not right. Thirdly, the person that you know, Mr. Kyle, is biased, so I wouldn't take his word for it because he's the one that's calling the police. And he took the nerve that in his conversation into the public, he said that I was using resources of the county because the police were called, when he's the one calling the police. In here, this text that I sent you saying that the neighbor said, oh, there's a police in your house, Lenny must have called him. They know because he's trying to recruit the neighbors. They just moved. Lenny is the person that called you, dear Mr. Engels. And you will
Ms.
see.
Alexander, I would observe that we have a back and forth here
I'm sorry,
with
I'm
you
so
and your
sorry.
neighbors, and it's all hearsay. And so I agree with you that enforcement is critical, and it's important for them to make sure that the complaints are accurate and are identified. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry I'm not a public speaker, as you can tell. So in essence, I provided copies of the text, so the last neighbor, which is here, a very nice lady, Ms. Neiman, was very concerned with me, has been in contact with me because of my landscaping issues. And I hire people, I pay people, and they didn't do the work, and they kept the money. In the past, I personally have picked up the dry debris. She's been witness to that, but that was her biggest concern. Not noise. She's really never complained about noise to me. I've talked to, text with her and her husband, and the text of her husband, it says, we're not the ones that complain. The noise is not that bad. I understand people are on vacation. They should be able to. I provided those texts to you as part of the public comments from October 26th hearing. And then finally, going over the application and what is entitled to it and what makes me qualify is the condition says, I am a resident, unless you change code, because the code states that a resident has to be 6 months, within up to 6 months, correct? And I'm back and forth between the city. Then secondly, I have like I said, a corporation, I have the driver's license, and I've been here since 2012. So if you change the code and you tell me that I have to be here 12 months, then I would probably not qualify. So, but I manage the property, I do so expeditiously. Regarding parking, so I'm referring to the 6 things that the staff that said that could be an issue. Parking, we have up to 5 spaces, the county only requires 4. Garbage, we have 3 40-pound trash bags, and as per copy of the contract, which I attached to you and to staff, it's very clear that says anything that you have extra, please keep the large bags that we gave you inside of the garage so staff will take care of it at a certain charge. It's on the contract, they sign, and they should abide by it. And if they don't, I've never been send a copy, they never call the hotline. I don't have anything that proves that some person that is not very smart would put on a bare area garbage outside. So I am sorry, I don't have any proof of that. Again, the adjacent property, I'm trying to see how can I solve the problems. If Ms. Neiman has a problem with noise, I'd be glad to build a deck, a fence around the house that will probably help make the area more quiet. But according to her husband, she says they can't hear anything from the living room. So I don't know. If she wants that, I'll be gladly build a new fence to solve the problem. For landscape issues, I hired company, Mr. Morales, and I provided the phone to the board and to staff. I have a snow removal service. Now, I will change my contract as well to allow prior to check out, I will require my guests to provide photos of the garbage outside and inside before their deposit is
Once again, Ms. Alexander, I would suggest that these are issues that need to be addressed to the advisory committee, not to us. We're just looking
I
at
don't
whether or not we're going to uphold their decision or not today, okay?
Okay,
Uh,
so I
so-
didn't understand I'm sorry.
Okay.
So the advisory board I can't see until next year, is what you're referring to, correct? Okay.
Next year, it'll come back up for review on whether or not, if we deny the appeal, then you can come back in a year. If we do not deny it, you still have to look at it in a year also to see whether or not it should be continued as a Tier 3. Is that the correct procedure?
This is Ernie Strelo for the record. So if you accept the Tier 3, if you don't uphold the advisory board denial of the permit, it'll just be renewed every year. The application will be checked, but it won't be rigorously heard by the VHR board again.
Okay.
I'm
trying to wrap this up.
I will wrap it up.
So we can go to
Thank
public
you.
comment
Thank you,
here on this.
Commissioner or Chairman. So one side of the is that what's right. I try to do everything that I can. I am not God and I cannot supervise people 24 hours. However, I try to do everything that is right. I love Tahoe. I am in the travel business and I travel around the world. And Tahoe is one of the most beautiful places that exist in this land and this earth. And I want to protect it, so I really try hard. I've dismissed people that were not signing the contract or sounded that they were lying. I have returned their funds. So in the other side, I have false reporting. That is illegal. NARS 207280 is a Nevada law that makes it a misdemeanor to knowingly make a false police report. I have a lot of those, and nobody's done anything about it because they're false. You know, I have the cameras to prove that, and I've been. Yeah.
You've gone over all this stuff, and I don't mean to cut you off either,
Yes.
but I have some good questions that I think are going
Yes.
to answer some of the things you said.
Yes.
Can we go to questions, please? Okay. Does Wes have it? You want to?
Commissioner Rice, did you have questions of the appellant?
No, I already made the disclosure that I have been on the neighbor's property and that I have firsthand knowledge of his complaint. So I have already disclosed that, and I have no questions.
Okay, so I got a lot of questions, but because you're not a real good public speaker, and you're losing people, and you're reading stuff. So let me just ask some specific things. First of all, you turned into the county commission a pamphlet, a PowerPoint of 29 pages, correct?
Yes.
I thought it was one of the most well put together responses that anybody could put together. And I hope that the rest of the county commissioners read it like I did. Because if they did read it, they would have understood exactly what you were saying with regards to every single issue that the advisory board brought up with you. So I guess I got a question because Commissioner Gardner asked, did you provide this PowerPoint to the advisory board? Okay, so the answer is no, but doesn't mean it's wrong. I'm just asking you some questions. Did you bring these up verbally to the advisory board?
I provided a packet to the advisory board to forward to you,
Okay.
which is 90% of the presentation.
No, I understand, because this is the problem I'm sure that you had, is you don't know what's being alleged against you, right? When do they get up, these testimonies that you get the advisory board, the public testimonies, are they all notified to the applicant beforehand, or can they make allegations? I assume they can make any allegations they want at the hearing, right?
Ernie Strelo for the record. So the VHR board information that they receive is posted. It's posted online, and it stays in the past meetings log, as well as the minutes. I'm not quite sure I understand the second part of your question.
I mean, it was a rhetorical question because I'm sure anybody can get up and make any allegations they want verbally at the hearing. I understand the written stuff you're talking about. Okay, so anyways, this is the thing. I'm trying to figure out exactly why she was turned down for the application. I've understood that you said there were 8 calls. 7 were not substantiated at all. You stated an 8th was substantiated. I told you no, that there was a record from in the record that there was something from the sheriff's office. It's on page 23 of her packet. Is an email from Daniel Soto from Code Enforcement saying that the complaint was for noise which was unsubstantiated. Is there one I'm missing? Because that's what it says on page 23, and it deals with the 20. It says Code Enforcement staff reported a substantiated call on March 21st, 2022. Officer DeSoto's email confirms it was not substantiated.
This is Ernie Strelo for the record. I don't have it in front of me, but there were 4 that were reported. 3 were not substantiated. 1 was substantiated. I don't know what your report is referencing.
It's the packet that we got for this meeting that I read, and that every county commissioner should have read, which refutes that it was substantiated. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what this lady has done that would cause denial. And she goes through in her packet, you mentioned things about the unsafe area, and then I read the thing about the fire pit that was from somebody who had rented it out. Seems to me you can't hold somebody to strict liability and say, hey, you can never have a problem, but if they find out the problem, they take immediate actions to solve them or resolve them. That's about what you want. I would like to hear if there's anybody in the audience who has something, pictures, videos, anything that can document that this property has been a nuisance, and it would make a great deal of difference to me. Now, I know some people on the board just want to rubber stamp whatever the advisory board says, but I think you need to look at, this board needs to look at what testimony has come against her, and we make the decision ourselves. So this goes back to Commissioner Gardner's question. He said, or statement to Ms. Alexander is, this information should have been presented to the advisory board. And I think, Ms. Alexander, if you knew these were the allegations against you, you should have presented this to the advisory board. But my question to you, Mr. Ritchie, is can't we take new information at this hearing?
Chair.
Charles DeNovo. Sorry.
Chairman, if I may. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. If you look at the ordinance, I'm trying to pull it up right now. Sorry, I'm doing it. It's remote, so it's very slow. Here we go. County Ordinance 20.622.060 B. There we go. I'm sorry, not B, D, as in Delta, Doug. The appeal is based on a belief that the VHR Advisory Board was biased or abused its discretion, and that the appeal is submitted pursuant to Douglas County Code, Chapter 20.28.020. If you refer to that section, the appellate body, which is this body, to the VHR Advisory Board, may affirm, reverse, or modify only those items raised in the appeal. The appellate body may attach any conditions reasonably necessary when approving a permit that was denied. So, to the extent that there's new arguments being raised, this body can reject that, because this is an appeal of the VHR Advisory Board, which is itself an appeal of a staff decision.
Okay, I like the way you worded that. We could. So there is a discretion there. But I think more importantly what you said, which is caught me, we have to show that there was a abuse of discretion or bias. That's a high standard.
That's correct, Commissioner Tarkanian.
Okay, I got a couple other things real quickly. Why would you say, okay, so you're saying you basically live in both places?
Yeah, I'm sorry, if I may, I have an email that I sent Mr. Strello prior to the meeting, October 25th. This is, Dear Ernie, I read your packet, very professionally done. I have reviewed it and I have a minor question. It has an error regarding noise complaints. It states that we have a substantiated complaint, but below is the email from code enforcement that it states otherwise. We provided video recorders which show it was quiet.
We're off that point.
No, but here's, you were saying that wasn't provided. I'm sorry, what was the question, Mr. Tarkanian?
The DA said we could either accept new testimony or not, so I'm going to accept it, they cannot.
Okay.
My question to you is, getting back to the residency, is you put down on your tax returns your California address, which hurts you tax-wise, so I guess my question is, why would you do that if you didn't consider California as your primary residence?
Okay, so I said I have a dual residence within California. So code that you wrote, someone wrote, it states that it doesn't have a clarification. It's not specific enough of what. You have to be either hired a person that oversee the property, or you as an owner, if you're a resident, that
Understand the code. My question was why you would put it in for your California. So if you don't,
where did I put the taxes? I was just asked the question. I didn't wrote it down anywhere. It was asked the question in the meeting in the board of.
you stated in the hearing that you used your California address on your tax returns. That's where I got it from.
I did say that because
Okay.
that's where my comment is.
So I guess one of the problems I have is in the packet, Mr. Strelo, and again, this is not personal. I love you. You're my neighbor. You said that she testified she didn't live there the majority of the time. That's not her testimony, although it certainly leads to consider that because of tax return. I guess my question to Mr., and I'm almost done. I know this is prolonging it. Mr. Ritchie is, what is the standard to determine residency under our statute, if there is one?
It's, AJ, do you know?
VHR code specifically doesn't have like a definition.
Right.
That's all I was gonna say.
Chairman, if I may, Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. The code doesn't talk about residents, however, it talks about the homeowner, and that is a Douglas County resident. To the extent that a resident, typically for terms of the IRS code, it's where you're predominantly domiciled. You live there.
Live there 50.1 days, so 50% plus 1 day. I understand. I just was wondering if there was something that we interpreted, because Mr. Byers said in the hearing that they take the driver's license is what they use. So there's sort of some conflicting things. I'm going to close with this, and I'm sorry I've taken this long, but I loved your package, and I think you're trying as hard as you can to make sure there are no violations there. And every time someone's brought something to you, from what I see in yours, and I'm anxious to see if there's anybody in the audience can tell me otherwise, but from what I see is you're doing everything you possibly can to run this thing the right way, and I would love to support you. The problem I have, and I got to do what's required under the statute, I don't believe you can go to and say this was an abuse of discretion or bias by the advisory board. I thought we just had to hear it and make a decision based upon what we felt. And if the standard is that high, I just don't know how. You got to show a lot of evidence that they had something personal, and I just don't see that here. I'm sorry.
Okay, may I ask one question though? Isn't this supposed to be a trial de novo? That's why I brought all the information from the beginning.
I thought.
Mr. Chairman?
So Commissioner Noasad, you had some comments or questions?
Yes. I'm going to read from the Douglas County Code. Among those conditions is a requirement that all Tier 3 VHRs be managed by a property manager who is licensed through the state of Nevada, Division of Real Estate. Additionally, this rule applies in all circumstances unless the property is managed by the homeowner that is a Douglas County resident. So if you don't do 50% plus one here, then you can't do it.
Okay, very good. So would it be okay to, I don't know that we need any more information out of you, really. So I'd like to go to public comment with your permission.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garner.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment here in chambers? I see a couple people that wish to come forward. And once again, Ms. Alexander, very good presentation. We appreciate that. Very enlightening. Okay.
Hi. Thank you, everyone. My name is Daniel Fedor, for the record. I am a resident of State Line, Nevada, 397 Sherwood. I'm right next door, about 20 feet from the property in question. I'm here to request that you deny the request for the Tier 3 status. And before I get started with some of the comments and some of the points that I'd like to make, one I'd like to know is, does anyone know the hotline number here? Because I've been here since August of 2020, and I do not know that. I've never found it anywhere, never seen it
It's on the
anywhere.
VHR website.
Okay, it is on your website? Okay, I haven't seen that. Thank you. The property in question does not resemble the area as residential. As the area is residential, it does not resemble a commercial zoning. My understanding, we were just talking at the very end here about 6 months and a day for your permanent residence. And I'm familiar with that because I work as a compliance consultant for Medicare. I used to work for actually Medicare when I was out of college. So understanding that 6 months and a day determines your permanent residence, that is definitely not the case in this situation. The property owner is not at that property or in this area 6 months and 1 day. I can attest to that. We talked about motive. You know, what is the motive of people coming up and speaking, opposing the approval of these types of requests? The motive for myself is just to deal with the situation, to deal with people pulling in my driveway after being out at the casino at night, coming in around 1 in the morning and almost hitting my Jeep. The motive of noise, which I did mention that it's not critical at our area when we're inside in our living room because it's the far end of the house. But when we are in our bedroom at night and try to have our windows open due to the increased heat, and we don't have air conditioning up in the mountains, we didn't think we needed it when we moved here, but we have to close our windows because we're 20 feet from the property, and that's where the noise is coming from. So we do hear it. The motive for the people that want this approved is financial, is money, period. There's no other reason. Our motive, again, is because of the living environment that we're having to deal with. You know, when my wife and I moved out here, it was August of 2020. Our children graduated from high school and went to college. So we sold our house in Pennsylvania, and we wanted to live in the mountains, you know, a nice mountain community. Little did we know that we were moving next to a full-time rental property. We did not know that at the time. We knew it was a rental property, but not exclusive. Coming from PA, we learned the fire risk. We mentioned the fire, and I understand she can't control people from bringing it in, but people from outside of the area don't understand the risk. And I'm the one that has the video. I actually called in earlier today to see if I could send it. I took the video in September of 2020, and they were spraying lighter fluid on it. Understanding that we have defensible space and we have some risk, we definitely do not want that in our area when this is our primary residence. I'd like to submit that video if I could figure out how to do it. Again, I called this morning and was told I couldn't. Thank you for your time.
I'm Laura Neiman, and I live at 397 Sherwood Drive with my husband Daniel. And literally, it's 20 feet, not at 20 feet. I think it's minus 20 feet from her residence. And I shouldn't have to be here to regurgitate what I've already said to the advisory board on October the 26th, and nothing has changed. My complaints have not changed. My feelings about this have not changed. My quality of living has. It has decreased because I can't enjoy my backyard or my bedroom because of the noise. And it is more than, 90 days out of the year that she has someone in that. It's like a revolving door. And this video monitoring was not up when that fire started on the back porch. So again, when I moved here, I was not given a hotline phone number. I was not given the sheriff's phone number. I had to figure that out on my own to call and complain. And then I tried to, out of the kindness of my own heart, go and help. We hauled off at our cost for over 14 bags of, trash, debris, pine needles, pine cones in the backyard. And we've even helped her with chopping down a stump, but there are multiple dry rot stumps in her backyard. And the grass and weeds are up to a certain height. I thought that was a city ordinance or a county or whatever. So that has been taken care of, but not in the back. And that's when you see the renters with their cigars flicking ash over the side of the deck, you start to get nervous. When my home is that close to that proximity, and then I think, how am I gonna ever, if I want to, go back home, and home being Texas, and live with my mother or my daughter or whatever, how am I ever gonna resell? Because it's an eyesore. It literally, there's so much pine needles, there's heat tape hanging down the chimney on the outside, the black smoke, it's just an eyesore. And I wanted to be a part of this community so bad, and I still do. And I'm not against VRBOs, but our vacation rental homes, it's just, they need to be controlled. And this one is not. It is not controlled. I mean, multiple complaints and multiple noise and trash, because I've picked up trash underneath her deck. It's, because I don't want to sit there on my backyard and be looking at it. So that's my main concern. And I have a lot more.
Thank you.
So do I just give my notes to her?
Please, if you want to enter something into the record, please give it to our clerk.
Well, I have videos, but I don't.
And see if there's a method of uploading those. Sure. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Ms. Marcia, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. We do have someone with their hand raised online. Kathy, do you have public comment on item number 5?
I do.
Please state your name for the record, then we'll start your time.
Kathy Oyster. I want to support the Niemans. I'm sitting here at my computer looking at this very narrow width between the two houses. And it would be intolerable to have to be trying to sleep in what they now describe as the closest rooms being their bedrooms. That's unreasonable. I don't even know why this is a tier 2. But this issue where Miss Alexander represents that she doesn't know that the occupants are bringing fire equipment, fireplace, chimenea, what have you. Therein lies the problem with VHRs. The homeowner's not there to see what's happening. It's not a bed and breakfast where the homeowner is physically on site. It's not a tier 1 where the homeowner is physically on site. And these houses in this area are very close to one another. So they should be afraid of what's happening. Ms. Alexander should be afraid of what's happening at her house, but certainly the neighbors should be terrified, because the people who are there utilizing this fire equipment, they don't care if it burns down. They paid their Airbnb fee, and that includes insurance. And then let's talk about this vetting of clients. Airbnb has something called instant booking. So if you have a good track record with Airbnb, you can book it. There's no checking. There's no, I'll see. They just book it. Another point that Ms. Alexander made that I have a really hard time believing is that the tree service person took it upon himself to violate TRPA law or rules, regulations, and risk a fine upon himself to clear a field, which clearly did get called in. I don't buy it. I'm just not buying it. This is a tough hurdle. So there's this issue of dual citizenship of states, not countries, but states. And again, Mr. Takanian points out that's a tough hurdle to believe as well. I don't know and I'm very active. I attend a lot of these VHR meetings. I don't know the phone number. I know 911. And I also know unsubstantiated simply means the sound wasn't occurring when the sheriff drove by, not that it didn't occur at all. And there are enough complaints that you know this occurred. So please don't say unsubstantiated means it doesn't happen, because you will strike the ire of the neighborhoods that you have inflicted these businesses upon. So please give us credibility. We're here speaking to you right now. Please deny this tier 3. And I hope she gets objectively scrutinized for even a tier 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no additional public comment online.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I'm going to make some observations here. First of all, I want to say that earlier I indicated that I take what our advisory boards take very seriously, and so I'm very reluctant to overturn their decisions. I didn't want that to indicate that I don't look at each individual issue on an individual basis and the documentation that those boards or staff brings to us to take a look at. So I think that's a very important aspect to understand, is that I do look at each individual issue individually. Ms. Alexander, just a couple of observations, and this is not a question to you, you didn't say it just once, you said it twice in your comments, that you cannot look at these properties on a 24-hour basis. Well, there's one reason why we have this code the way it is, and the reason that we require property managers is because we need to look at these on a 24-hour, 365-day basis, okay? And that's why we require tier 3s to either have a property manager or the resident be a resident of Douglas County, because that's supposed to be our first line of defense in regards to code enforcement. Is, as I understand it, we have postings at each property that are supposed to have a first contact name. And so when there's a complaint filed or a neighborhood resident that wants to complain, goes to that person first. And then if doesn't, and they're supposed to, as I understand it, try to get back to that property within a half hour or so, or a reasonable amount of time, to cure the problem before it goes to our code enforcement officers, okay? So there's a reason why we do that. Now, every time we have one of these come forward to us, this is pointing out, and we're finding out, and I'm sure that our legal counsel is looking at this. I'm sure that Mr. Strelo is looking at this. We have our chairman of our Vacation Home Advisory Board here in attendance today also. But this is pointing out some of the weaknesses that we still have in this code, and we need to correct those weaknesses. So it's not acceptable to me to say that the resident, they need to be a Douglas County resident. They need to be a Douglas County resident 365, not a part-time resident, okay? That's number one. Number two, it also disturbs me that when an individual applies for a tier 3, they have the opportunity to operate that tier 3 from that application date until it goes to the Vacation Home Advisory Board for review. Am I correct on that, Mr. Strelo?
Ernie Strelo for the record, that is true.
And that concerns me, because rather than operate at a tier 2 level, they have the opportunity for, as it turns out in the previous one with Mr. Lobb, an opportunity to operate for 6-8 months as a tier 3 before that tier 3 is ever denied. So those are some weaknesses that I see in our code that I feel need to be corrected, and I hope that Ms. Hempler, you're listening to this. I hope that AJ is listening to this, Mr. Strelo, and because this code needs to come back to the board so we can correct these particular types of issues. But, and that's where I really struggle with this, is because Ms. Alexander has already indicated that she's we're not even sure. We can't even determine whether or not, or how many days she lives physically in this county. And so that concerns me, because that's not what we intended. That's not the intention of this board when we formed when we said that it had to be a Douglas County resident. We were meaning, I believe we meant that it had to be a resident in Douglas County, 365, and available to get to that vacation home rental within a reasonable amount of time to correct the issue. So anyways, so we've heard public comment. We've heard comments from Ms. Alexander. We really appreciate it. Great presentation once again. The video is great. But does any other commissioner have anything else to say before we go and entertain a motion? Yes. Okay, Commissioner Ingalls.
This is a major commercial endeavor in a residential area. I don't even know how you ever got a permit. I think it should be not denied for all perpetuity. Done.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that the appeal be denied.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Noah Sad, seconded by Commissioner Ingalls for the denial of the Tier 3 vacation home special use permit for 1211 Highway 50, Zephyr Cove, Nevada, APN 1418342020007, account number 084018823. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
What's that? This is agenda item 5, yes. Did I get the wrong one? Okay, I'll start over, okay? How's that? Let's start over to make sure we have it in the record correctly, okay? A motion by Commissioner Noah Sad, seconded by Commissioner Ingalls to deny the challenge of a Tier 3 vacation home special use permit. The subject VHR special use permit, account number 084019966, was for a 14-person occupancy located at 395 Sherwood Drive, State Line, Nevada, APN 13182371060. The permit applicant and appellant was Ms. Olga Alexander. Are we right on the right track? Okay. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, the motion is, the appeal is denied. Thank you. 5-0. And we're going to take a 5-minute break, and hopefully we can move through the rest of this fairly quickly. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to ask for the commissioners to try to return to chambers so we can move along with this agenda. Okay, I think we're still waiting for Mr. Oh, there he is. Okay, Mr. Rice, we're back in session. Okay, so at this time, we'll go into item number 6 for possible action. Discussion on grant proposals submitted for the 2023 Community Development Block Grant CDBG program. The Board of County Commissioners, BOCC, will solicit comments from the public on CDBG grant proposals and may direct staff to submit selected grant applications to the Governor's Office of Economic Development for consideration. This is being brought forward by Ms. Rao.
Thank you, Commissioner Gardner. For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. I'd like to introduce Linda Doherty. She is our assistant planner, and she is going to be training to do this next year. So I thought I'd invite her to meet you and get her a little warmed up. She's not going to speak, though. She's too nervous.
Oh, you chose the last meeting of the year to do that, huh?
Yeah. Okay. So, where's my thing? Sorry. Okay, let's just go to the next one. Yeah. There we go, thank you. All right. Okay, so this is always a long process. I've been before you for this, the 2023 cycle. So July, August, and September of 2022, we have solicited grant proposals for the CDBG funded projects for 2023. I also held an informal meeting on August 3rd to discuss the application process and to request submittal of CDBG grant proposals. That meeting was successful. We had 5 different applicants in the room, and out of that, we ended up with 1 application, which is before you today. It has to meet, the grant proposal has to meet a national objective. And as far as the application review process, local government may submit 2 applications, and they may sponsor 2 applications. At this point, we only have 1 application that is a sponsored application, and that's for the Carson Valley Arts Council. So the Carson Valley Arts Council submitted an application for $55,000. It's titled the Copeland Building Planning and Redevelopment Project. It's on your packet page 605. That's the beginning of their application. The grant request will be used to pay for preliminary construction plans. This is a 4-phase project, and funding is still underway for all 4 phases. The ultimate goal is to construct a 300-seat theater within the historic Copeland Cultural Arts Building. We have a timeline. So February 8th, the grants, that's the final deadline for grants into Zoom grants for community development. February 17th, the application has to be brought or sent to the state. And then sometime in March or April, we'll find out if the application was funded. And then in July, the grant awards are sent out. At this time, Sharon Schlegel is here to talk about the project, if you'd like to hear from her. If not, we can just move forward. So you've been presented with 1 application. We are recommending that you approve the submittal of the application to the Governor's Office of Economic Development for the 2023 CDBG grant funding process. So if you'd like to hear from Sharon.
Ms. Schlegel, do you have anything else to add to that? No, I don't. No? Okay. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Ingalls?
How's the roof holding up?
Sharon said it needs replacing. I can attest to the fact that it does leak.
I'm sure it did in this past storm. If this is approved, can these things be expedited because of the exigency of the condition of the roof?
So this grant is for money to hire an architect and an engineer for plans for construction of the theater.
Commissioner Rice, you had anything to ask?
No, I think it's very worthwhile, and I would love to see that happen to the Copeland building.
Yeah. So my observations are last year we approved of the ARPA funds the replacement of the culvert that ran through that building. Believe it or not, I mean I've been into the building several times and that was unbelievable that that culvert is half out of the ground. But I'm glad that we proceeded to get that cured. I know that yes, the roof needs to be repaired, but the beams there are very, very old beams, but they're in good shape, as I understand it. It's just the actual layers of the roof that need repair to correct that.
Yes, we'll need a complete new roof, but the beams are in good shape, and the funding that we're asking for is for the plans to address all of those issues so that we could go on to the next phase.
Right. I'm very excited about having a theater of this nature. Certainly, number one, it's a historic building in our county that we need to preserve. I'm very, we're watching some other buildings that haven't been maintained have to come down, and that's disappointing to me in this type of community where we have some historic buildings that need to be, taken care of, and it adds to the culture and the lure of our county. The need for on the valley floor for a 300-seat, I believe that's what it was looking at. Indoor community theater is certainly, as long as we can make sure that the acoustics in there are going to complement it. I'm really looking forward to this, and I see this as a high priority item for our county to, number one, preserve it, and then number two, utilize it, because just preserving it doesn't really help us unless we can actually utilize it and get people in there to view what the heck we have and how important it is. So I certainly, once again, appreciate your efforts, Ms. Schlegel and the Arts Council for going forward to this and bringing this to our attention. So, Ms. Schlegel, very difficult. Schlegal?
EL.
EL, okay, missed it by one letter. Yes, Sharon Schlegel. Okay, so barring that, this is for possible action, so we need to open this to public comment. So at this time, we'll entertain public comment on this item.
Thank you, Commissioners. Jason Gibson with the Peace Through Culture Foundation for the Law of Time. Thank you. We're really excited about this one. We found out about the grant opportunity in September. It came online, came onto the Facebook, Douglas County website as well. So we went to work immediately, and we did appear with everyone on September 15th. I know it's in the afternoon and we're getting tired, but if you could just give your undivided attention, because in that post, in that advertisement, I quote, "The purpose of the public meeting is to give every citizen an opportunity to discuss proposed projects submitted to date and to suggest further ideas. Proposed projects will be presented at the hearing." That did not happen. I proposed a project, but we didn't hear back from anybody. A final hearing will be held to discuss, approve, and rank applications prior to submittal to the state. I suspect that's going to happen. So I spent about 15 hours in putting together some ideas, and I sent an email to Ms. Rao and forwarded the same to the commissioners, to the Social Services Division, to folks in law enforcement, trying to find out if there's anybody who is interested in a Peace Through Culture center across from Buckeye Road, Douglas County Sheriff's, that would serve as a solution center of sort. And I laid out a number of ideas, all of which meet the criteria of the CDBG national objective. Those three primary objectives are to benefit moderate income persons, aid in the prevention or elimination of slum or blight, whether that be our social forms or the way that we're organized, address a recent urgent community development need. So we met those criteria. And then the deadline came around, and Mrs. Rao was on vacation for 2 weeks, so she wasn't returning her email or her phone calls. We got no feedback whatsoever. And as we looked deeper into the situation and saw that Douglas County only attracted $110,000 last year out of $4 million, it tells me that we lack the cooperation and communication as a community to do a bigger, better job in attracting dollars such as these, and that we'd rather spend my tax dollars as opposed to attract the state grant dollars. So we found a firewall resistant like we do throughout our county when it comes to creativity, and we're hoping to burn on through that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Any further comments, commissioners? Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the applications to the Governor's Office of Economic Development for the 2023 Community Development Block Grant Funding Cycle.
Motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Ingalls, to approve the grant proposal submitted for the 23 Community Development Block Grant Program and submit them to the Governor's Office of Economic Development for the 23 cycle. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. There you go, Ms. Schlegel. Hopefully we'll be successful in that, right? So we dispensed with item number 7 earlier today, so we're going to item number 8 for possible action, discussion on the adoption of Resolution 2022R-121, increasing the South Tahoe Refuge Company's rates by 4.86% for the 23 calendar year as allowed under the terms of the franchise agreement, being presented by Public Works Director, Mr. Phil Richter.
Commissioners, thank you, Phil Ritter, Director of Public Works, for the record. What's before you today is the rate increase for the 2023 interim year, which is allowed under the current Solid Waste Services franchise agreement. This matter was brought before the Joint Powers Authority Board, which is representative, Douglas County representatives, El Dorado County, and the City of South Lake Tahoe, who have joined together for the waste collection at the lake or in the Tahoe Basin. And they approved it at their November 10th meeting as a recommendation be brought forward to these boards for each of the independent boards to be ratified. I can report to you that as of yesterday, South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County have both approved the rate increases as per this franchise agreement. So there are representatives from South Tahoe Refuse in the audience if you have questions. But if not, the recommendation from staff is to approve this rate resolution.
Okay. The only observation I have, Mr. Richter, is so they operate on a calendar year, and that's the way the contracts agreements are developed, is on a contract on a calendar year versus a fiscal year as we operate for the county.
Correct. The rates are effective January 1st of each year.
Okay. Commissioners, any comments? Commissioner Ingalls?
Are they comfortable? I don't like rate increases, nobody does, but the rate of inflation is skyrocketing, probably going to get worse next year. You're comfortable with this getting you through the business cycle? I guess you are.
Oh, my goodness.
Is the rate regulated by the franchise agreement to a percentage?
It is. Well, it's not regulated by a percent, but there is a very strict formula that is used to calculate it. It is based on last year's, so it's based on financials from last year and the CPI from last year is how it gets calculated. And so it does lag. I mean, if you looked at it really from that perspective, it lags what the current conditions are based on the CPI from last year is what the financials get built into it. So there is a catch-up in it. And every third year in the agreement, there is a base rate adjustment. So it's a defined process. But yes, they are required to, based on that calculation, to come forward with this rate increase at this level.
We don't want them to go out of business because their costs exceed their revenue. And so
I can tell you that at the JPA board meeting at the lake, there was no concern on the part of South Tahoe Refuse at that meeting that this was going to be detrimental to their operations.
Commissioner Tarkanian, I saw your red light on for a minute.
I was just going to clarify, this is part of their contract. They have a right to do this, a legal right to. See, I'm the opposite of Mr. Engels here. I would prefer not to have rates go up unless we have to, but we were told it is, and I understand that. How long is a contract for, too? Just the terms? The reason I asked that in Las Vegas is like 30 years. I mean, it's ridiculous. Or 20 years or something. I just wondering what you guys have here.
I'm trying to remember myself. I think that I believe the franchise agreement was a 25-year term. It is scheduled to expire in the next 4 to 5 years, I believe. So it will be a topic for extension of that franchise agreement.
Commissioner Rice, any comments or questions?
No, I'm a member of that board, and they brought forth their expenses and what this will do to keep everything on an even keel. And we discussed later, probably 15 years down the line, with the way equipment is, having totes, so that the people will be able to wheel it down to the pickup spot. And we're still discussing what we're going to do with the bear boxes. So, but it's a very interesting subject that I didn't know I needed to know anything about. But I'm good with this contract.
Thank you. Sensing nothing else from the commission, we'll go to, this is for possible action, so we'll go to public comment on this. Is there any public comment here in chambers? Sensing no public comment, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
I got you this time. I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2022R-121, increasing the South Tahoe Refuge Company's rates by 4.86% for the 2023 calendar year as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Rice, to adopt Resolution 2022R-121, increasing the South Tahoe Refuge Company's rates by 4.86% for the 23 calendar year as allowed under the terms of the franchise agreement. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And don't go anywhere, because you're on next also. Item number 9, very similar, for possible action, discussion on the adoption of Resolution 2022R-132, increasing the Douglas Disposal Incorporated collection service rates by 4.86 as allowed under the terms of the franchise agreement. The proposed rate increases will become effective January 1st, 2023 for the 2023 calendar year. Mr. Richter.
Okay. So Douglas Disposal operates for the trash collection in the valley. Again, there is a rate setting model that is used for establishing these rates. What I want to point out is that the last rate increase that we saw from Douglas Disposal here in the valley was in May of 2019. They came forward with based on the rate model, with a 3.4% annual rate adjustment in calendar year 2020. That was what the model would have allowed, or the system would have allowed, but they requested that not be implemented in the 2020 calendar year. In 2021, they again voluntarily waived a 2.9% annual rate adjustment due to the pandemic and other concerns at that time. The 2022 rate adjustment, based on the model, came and current CPI was actually calculated out at 9.2%, and would have gone into effect earlier this year, but they've deferred that and are now simply requesting a rate increase of the 4.86% to be effective next year for that calendar year of 2023.
Comments, Commissioner Ingalls? I don't know that this has anything to do with this particular agenda item, but
they don't have a rate in their structure for disposal of people like myself. They do for cats and dogs, but other than that, I don't know.
Okay. Commissioner Rice, any comments, questions?
No, I think that they're being extremely reasonable in going with the same rate that the STR is having up here at the lake.
Very good. Commissioner Tarkanian, is it? Commissioner Nosad? Okay. Once again, this is for a possible action, so we'll go to the public and open the floor for public comment. Is there any public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Boy, this is good. Okay, coming back then. Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt Resolution 2022R-132, raising the Douglas Disposal Incorporated trash service rates by 4.86%, effective January 1st, 2023 is presented.
Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Ingalls to adopt Resolution 2022R-132, increasing the Douglas Disposal Incorporated collection rate service rates by 4.86% as allowed under the terms of the franchise agreement. Proposed rate changes will become effective January 1st, 2023 for the 2023 calendar year. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0, and we'll go into the last item on the calendar year of 2022 of the Board of County Commissioners before we go into closing public comment. For presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended. We can start up there on the top, Mr. Rice.
Okay, first of all, I want to apologize for having to be on Zoom. I had a problem with one of my knees. It has become infected, and it's very difficult to bend my knee. So getting in and out of a car is like, you don't want to know. Anyway, that's why I'm not there today. I do wish all of you a very Merry Christmas. And Commissioner Engels, it's been a pleasure working with you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Commissioner Tarkanian, anything to add? Commissioner Ingles? Commissioner Noah.
I once again attended a meeting that was truly fleet-winged. It was the Debt Management Commission, and we took us 15 minutes to conduct business and get going home. I think I want to stay on that one.
Okay. So it's coming to me, and once again, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Everybody be safe out there. Commissioner Ingles made a comment earlier, and in regards to the chair having the bully pulpit, and I want to assure you that the chair does not have a bully pulpit. They do not have any more votes than the other 4 commissioners on this board, and so we respect everybody's input, but we all understand that to pass motions, it requires 3 votes, and the chair has and the vice chair have no more votes than the other commissioners. So with that, I also wanted to indicate that unfortunately we heard yesterday that a member of our business council, a champion of our trails, an employee, a legislative liaison of Bentley, Mr. Carlo Lurie, passed away, not necessarily unexpectedly, but I believe he passed away on Tuesday night, is what I recall hearing. So he'll be a tremendous loss to the community, and we wish his family well. Other than that, that's the only thing I have else to report, and so we'll go into closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. Mr. Gibson, it looks like you have public comment.
Thank you, Commissioner. Jason Gibson for the record. House of Gibson Debt Commission did meet, like Commissioner Noah said, on Monday. The topic of the JLEC facility should have been on your agenda, sir. It was mentioned in the previous meetings, previous months before that discussion would happen before the end of the year. There's a reason why that didn't happen. There's a reason why those numbers, Mr. Cates, are downplayed in the yearly budget report. There's a reason why you can't dial in to Zoom your public input to that commission or that board. Just like there's another reason why you can't dial into the library board meeting. Just like there's a reason why you can't dial into the planning commission anymore. That presents a public hazard for folks who live in South Shore. The Debt Commission met after a snowstorm, so most people aren't going to drive at 2:33 to come to a meeting. So we'd like to know why the Zoom input's being shut down. We'd like to know why we don't have a public record on these boards. Couldn't find a YouTube. Couldn't find audio records of previous meetings. I'm going to shift gears here because we had a death in the Ranchos at AJ Liquor. One of the employees died from a fentanyl overdose and died in the parking lot in October. I'm sure you didn't hear about it because it wasn't reported in the Record Courier or the Gazette. 6 weeks ago, I witnessed Caucasian skinhead threatened the Hindu owner of the convenience store over 88 cents that he was going to shank the clerk in front of 4 of us. Over 88 cents. Douglas County sheriffs and this board have voted in a 4th liquor store. They're putting in the refrigerators for another liquor store within a stone's throw of the other 3. 95% of the businesses in my neighborhood sell alcohol and liquor. Okay? We know who the real drugstore cowboys are. And we tracked the money. And had I known this was in the agenda items to be rolled in today, I would have brought this for discussion, but we can see here who's banking off of this kind of scheme because, one, they won't give us the records of where the tax monies are going for those liquor stores, and two, Douglas County Sheriff gets $200,000 to fight marijuana, hemp cannabis, and to eradicate this evil weed, and they get $1,000 to of restricted use for alcohol education. $200,000 to fight against hemp cannabis and $1,000 when it comes to educating people about alcohol and liquor. We know what's happening. We want some answers. We're going to provide some solutions. Thanks for your patience. And Commissioner, I appreciate your fire and your passion and wish you well. If you need any help with your archives or documents, or if you'll keep an audio record, or if you want to get that Facebook going, you can call me. And Commissioner Rice, I hope your knee feels better. Thinking about you, but be taking the transit tomorrow to the hot springs. Thank you, Douglas County. I pulled a muscle just preparing for this meeting, and you guys have an incredible amount of stamina.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Any other public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, we'll go to public comment online. Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Very good. So with that, the December 15th meeting of the Board of County Commissioners is hereby adjourned. Everybody have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to all.
Recording stopped.